All right, fellas. It smells like pasta in here, bro, because I got me some pasta. Hey, tell me this shit slaps right now, bro. I almost slept in too. But I am here. Hold on, give me a second. Hopefully y'all can still hear me. Okay, okay. Hopefully y'all doing well, man. Hopefully y'all had a good Monday, bruh. I mean, it's 2 games, so it's not like it's 1 game. Need some pasta, man. I'm so hungry. So hungry. I'm ready to just get into it, bro, to be honest with you. Left off on a really good case. Good old Gregory Edgeworth. Excuse me. Seen a lot of people playing that Throne and Liberty game too. But it has mixed opinions, so. I'm all good on MMOs. Excuse me. Pasta be hitting, bro. Okay. You mean my controller. Hey, you motherfucker. What's up, Gorilla? You motherfucker. Hopefully you're doing well, man. I got the DVD D&D bundle. Also, I'm starting that game right now. What game? Throne and Liberty? Or the WDVD bundle, bro? I don't know, I see a lot of people playing it, but it says reviews are mixed, but I don't know. Let me know how you like it. Throne and Liberty. I'll be right back. Okay, Sub. When Sub says stop, just stop, bro. Don't even play it. All right, let's do it. Chair, what's up, Big B? I mean, let the motherfucker try it out. Not calling me, bruh. Oh, spam. No, I know, Lost Ark was shit. All right. Case number 3. Good old Gregory Edgeworth, his last case before he died, bro. So far, this was pretty good. Oh my god, now my controller's doing this dumbass shit. Hold on, bro. Restart my game, bro. Hold on. I hate when it does this, bro. I hate. Yo, my fault, bro. Fixed. All right. Let's do it. But yeah, the more I think about it, the more I kind of want to buy shit to dress up like Fender, Doug. For Halloween, might have to do it. The official DualSense app? No. I do DualSense X. I mean, it works just fine. It's just I don't need it for this game. The only game I really need it for is like Dead by Daylight and a couple of games on Epic. Everything else works just fine. Just PlayStation-wise. Alright. Now we're back in the present after we explored a little bit. Do I keep all this stuff from... No. What's this? Gallery plan flip. Zodiac Hall building map. Oh, this was... Oh, shit. This was the, that was the dude's mansion 18 years ago. Each room is kept at a specific temperature to reflect the seasons it represents. Sagittarius, Scorpio, Libra, Virgo, Leo, Cancer, Taurus, Gemini, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. I am a Leo. So, I got the 53-degree one. That's fine by me, bro. Do I have a DualSense Edge? No, I have whatever first came out with the PlayStation 5. It's purple. Prosecutor Manfred von Karma, defense attorney Gregory Edgeworth. Body of the victim, Artie Frost, was found hidden in a chocolate chest made by the suspect, Samson Tangaroa. Victim died from blood loss after being struck on the head with a rock salt lamp. Suspect was found guilty of the crime, and its main perpetrator is subsequently in prison. Oh, so he was found guilty. Damn. Alright. Whoa, went deep on that one. Sorry, Miles Reno. Didn't mean to bend your ear for so long. I had no idea that was how it all came about. I read the files, but they don't go anywhere near the level of detail. I'll bet they paint things in a much rosier light for the prosecution, too. Von Karma was one in charge, after all. What happened with the case after that? Well, what with the ice sculptures vanishing from the victim's room, things hit a bit of a rough patch. So rough, in fact, that it took a full year before they could even reach a verdict in the trial. A year? This was back before they brought in the whole initial trial thing. You didn't have to finish up in double quick time like you do nowadays. I see. Did you ever find out how the victim's creations managed to just disappear? Well, forget the voice I did for Fender. I don't know if I'll do the one for Gregory again, but I do want to do the one for Fender. There were sorbets or frozen desserts or whatever you want to call them. Ice in other words. And if it's made of ice, it can melt, which is exactly what they concluded must have happened. But there's a chance that wasn't how things actually went down. What do you mean? So this place is a gallery these days. But back then, it was Samson Tongaroa's place, yeah? Indeed. On the site of the IS-7 incident. Well, word is Frost's ice sculptures are suddenly back on display 18 years after that fateful day. Fairy sculptures the victim made? Who knows? Could be they're just molding on the originals. But I figured it was worth coming down for a little look-see just in case. Seemed like the least I could do for poor old Gregory. I'll play a week from now. She has a queue. I mean, it just came out, didn't it? It just came out like not too long. Well, alrighty then. Let's go take a look at these icy marvels, shall we, kiddo? I believe they're on display in the Winter Wing, as it was very snazzily known. So, Winter Wing, Winter Wing. Huh? I don't believe it, it's locked. The gallery's open for bids, but the Winter Wonder Wing's off limits? What gives? Fender? Perhaps you should look more closely at the pamphlet we were given. The Winter Wing is over there. It is? Freak. Could have sworn it was this one. Anywho, shall we? Time to dive in on and see what we should have seen 18 years ago. 2 hours ago? Damn. But yeah, there's definitely gonna be a kill. Oh shit, it's them! It's Damask. It's Damask and I think her name's Desiree? Uba lady? Her, I see they still keep it chilly all heck in these rooms. I'm about to turn into a popsicle stick. It is the Winter Wing, you know, but you're right. It's like a freezer in here. Could be a trick of the light, but it feels like the whole room is made of ice. Oh shit. That was Edward, not Fender. The temperature controls will be somewhere at the back there if my memory serves. Hey Master, can you go peep to the degree count? I'm thinking a complaint to management is in order. There is such a thing as too cold, yeah? Alright, if you insist. Take your time, mosey around, take in the sights while you're at it. I've got a camera I need to prep for action. I feel like your pop might appreciate a picture of all this. I'll put it on his grave so we can have a gander. Of course. Of course we gotta talk to these two, though. Even so, soon, Miles, stick around and take in the sights. Might as well while we're here. It's too cold. I was thinking I had somewhere warmer. If you want, I could lend you some of the old Fender threads. In exchange for your jacket, of course. I'll be fine, thank you. You just have to stick it out a little longer. I didn't mean to try and leave. So how about this? I scream out, oh no, this must be the work of that villain Damask. Yeah, and I go, that's me, the legendary Mask Damask. That's what it was, Mask Damask. Yeah, and then no, say that, and you'll be in cuffs before you can blink, Ronnie. Gotta take this more seriously, otherwise how are we gonna get to this market to sell? What exactly are these two plotting? Was he not on this case? Was this was Trials and Tribulations, I think. Oh my god, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to, Fender, I'm sorry. Nah, I think that was Trials and Tribulations. That would have been Goodell. I think. A boy wearing a backpack. What's he doing on a gallery on his own? She wanted to run a gallery so bad she just quit the industry? I don't get it. I just don't get it. Does this boy know the owner of the gallery, perhaps? There's a huge block of ice on display here. It must be incredibly heavy. No, maybe not. Well, with it being hollow on the inside. There's a constellation engraved into the surface, along with some explanatory text. The Pleiades, known to some as Subaru. They form part of the larger constellation of Taurus. Why cram so many stars into one tiny part of a single constellation? I guess people in ancient times were hugely careful about such things. There are two large ice statues on display here. Guess these are the remakes of Frost's work from 18 years back. Real eye-catching stuff. Ice sculpture's a heck of an art form, huh? It is. These are the works that my father never got to see. They think that I get to see them instead, so many years later. Sorry to butt in while you're deep in a think hole, Milester. Would you mind looking this way a sec? This way? Beautiful. Yeah, just like that. That is awesome, bro. Can I get rid of this text? I want to get rid of this text. Let me get rid of this text. Aww. Sad cheese. Please don't do that again. I don't like having my picture taken. My bad, big guy. My bad. Had to check if this whole thing's still working is all. Now that you mention it, your camera does look rather ancient. Yep, vintage model. You ever heard of an instant camera? It develops the pictures right after you take the shot. Still twist my noggin trying to think how it works. I know what an instant camera is, although I've never used one. Should've known Mr. Know-It-All wouldn't know it all. You really are your father's son. Alright, step aside. I need to get some good shots of the room here. Aww. For all his joking, he looks very serious about the pictures he's taking. He must have his own theories about the IS-7 incident. Ooh, I should have been a paparazzo. These are gold, and they develop right away. Want to see? Well, since you've already shoved one in my face. Alright, Brainiac, question. What do these two sculptures represent? They appear to represent Taurus and Gemini, two constellations best observed during wintertime. Bingo! He shoots, he scores! Ooh, you're a regular encyclopedia, Master. Guess that's why this is the winter wing, right? They had the winter star stuff on display here. Anyway, seeing as I'm the nicest old rogue on the block, that's one for your keepsies. Thanks. Honestly, I think that stone might be the murder weapon from way back when, too. Up there. So the victim made the same Zodiac statues out of flavored ice from the contest 18 years ago? Sure did. Lovingly crafted life-size desserts. Only ever saw the old ones in the photos, though. But these are the spit. These are the spit of the originals. So this is what you wanted to show me? Yep. I think Gregory would have wanted you to see him too. And I may not have had it in me to come here on my own. Sorry to drag you along. Not at all. I'm happy to be able to see where my father's final case unfolded. Good to hear you say so, Palio. Let's say we grab another quick snap to commemorate this heartwarming occasion. Absolutely not. Not 1 Miles. Come on, bro. It's a statue of a rather ferocious-looking bull, not a gaze one would want to be fixed with. But then, I was always taught to return a stare with a stare. Although in this case, discretion might be the better part of valor. There's an enormous block of ice on display here. There's some explanatory text on the grave in it. Castor and Pollux. Every year in December, countless shooting stars can be seen emanating from this constellation. So then Damask needs to... Yeah, and then I wish these two would stop talking so loudly. It's difficult to concentrate. Never mind, I'm just going to take a look at some other exhibit. You don't want to go say hi to Desi and Ron? Make sure I get everything. This lamp appears made of rock salt. It's illuminating the diagram of the zodiac just above it. Yes, both Gemini and Taurus are not only zodiac signs, but constellations that are visible during winter. Winter constellations on the display in the winter wing, and uniquely, these statues are made of flavored ice. According to the pamphlet we received, the ones in the other rooms are made of crystal glass. Ice might be rather fitting for the summer wing, too. Who doesn't like a nice snow cone on a sunny day? Then it would probably be too similar to this room, I suppose. Gemini for me? Oh, you're a Gemini? Yeah. All I know, I've had my horoscope told to me before. I'm a Leo. And then when it comes to like the Chinese like year of, I'm a dragon. So I kind of lucked out on those. Year of the Dragon is when I was born. Huh? Fender, I can't seem to find the temperature controls you mentioned. Oh yeah, It's a little tricky if you don't know where it is at. Hey, I have it open for you in a jiffy. Huh? Dang, this thing's locked. Makes sense, I guess. We wouldn't want the visitors cranking up the thermostat and melting the art. According to that pamphlet, the winter wing is kept at a constant 27 degrees. Ooh-wee, that's colder than a snowman's cold bits. I'm gonna freeze to death in here. Guess there's only one thing for it. I'm getting a snuggle. Hey, what's with the icy stare? You want me to freeze to death? No. You're the monkey? That makes too much sense. You didn't name yourself Gorilla, and now you're the monkey? Coincidence? I think not. Might as well do the full tour while we're here. I suppose so. Oh, somebody's yelling. Who's yelling? What was that? Kid from the fountain room. Come on, let's go see what's up. I like when he holds his hat. Larry! Oh, this is when he was, Larice. Here we go again, Larry. Here we go again. There's someone on the ground, and is that... Oh, shit. Larry, what are you doing here? Actually, never mind that. What on earth is going on? Edgy! You should have seen it. It was awful. Just calm down and tell me why there's an unconscious man on the floor. I didn't do anything. He just fell down in front of me. Wait, I know this guy. Is everything all right? Wow, she's still here? That little lady that Gorilla wanted so bad? She's still here? Don't you know it's rude to make a racket in an art gallery, you naughty boys? Wait, this smell. He's still breathing, but I know these symptoms. It's not safe, Miles. We need to get everybody out of here. Everyone with me. There isn't a moment to lose. There's poison gas coming out of that room. Oh, shit. Poison gas? Hmm? Oh, I like the way Larry walks, bro. How's the victim doing, Fender? Not good. He's inhaled a lot of gas. He's still out, and it sounds like it's pretty serious. But the paramedics said there were no signs of external injury and that he was conscious before it happened. Anyway, he's alive, just barely. He's lucky we found him when we did. But like I said, he's not out of the woods yet. They put him in the medical room with a specialist. I see. I couldn't help noticing that it seemed like you knew him, Fender. Sure do. That was Carmelo Gusto. He was here back when the whole IS-7 thing went down. The confectioner. So he was here 18 years ago, too. Anywho, this guy here seems like he's in rude health. Old pal of yours, Malzarino? Yes, something like that. I'm glad you're okay, Larry. Aw, something like that? Are you serious, Edgy? You know me since elementary school. Crush a guy's feelings, why don't you? Anyway, you know you're supposed to call me Larice Donum when I'm dressed like this. So no more Larry, okay? Got that? This is Larry Butts. He's a bit of a troublemaker, but he's one of my only friends from back when we were little kids. Ever since he developed a passion for art, he's been trying to make it big as Larice Donum. A new name or not, he's still the same old Larry. I'm so glad Larry's back, bro. Whoa, grade school buddies. I need to go tell Gregory about this. He'll be over the moon when he hear you have a pal. He was worried you would never click with anybody. Hear that, Edgy? You're lucky to have a friend like me. Never knew I was the cause of such worries from my father. Yeah, bro, because you were weird as a kid. You had two friends, Phoenix and Larry. Phoenix, Larry, to Edgeworth. What a ragtag group of kids. Never mind that now, Larry. What are you doing here? Larice, Edgy. How many times do I have to tell you it's Larice? What are you doing here? What's with the demon eyes? All right, I'll talk. Just stop looking at me like that. Good. Now talk. You want to know why I'm here? Why the heck do you think? For my art, of course. Oh, and I'm coming on a date here with Lulu soon. So I thought I'd better scope out the place. So not actually for your art at all. Reese, my man, an artist and a romantic. You have to introduce me to this lady friend of yours. Oh, sure, it's nice to have somebody take an interest for once. Spare me. Oh, by the way, Lauricio, did you notice anything when you found the victim? Nothing in particular. Did you say you seen something awful? Oh, that. The old guy, he just appeared and then splat, he was on the floor. Scared the life out of me. But for once, I had nothing to do with any of it. Don't look so proud. That's the least we should be able to hope for. Damn, she's still doing this. She was what, 16 at the time? Now 18 plus 16. Quick math, Julius. Quick math. 34. Honored guest, I can only apologize for the trouble you've experienced. I'm Judy Bound, the gallery manager. Another person from the IS-7 incident. Good to see you, Judes. Mr. Fender, it's always a pleasure. She was at the reception desk when we arrived, so she's the one in charge here. Oh, and they got this song playing. I can't believe it to go through something so awful, and on your first day in business. Hey, quit that. It's not your fault. Oh, wait, I guess I better introduce you guys. Judy, meet Miles Edgeworth, son of the late, great Gregory. Really? You're Mr. Edgeworth's son? Well. Is she dancing? Isn't this fabulous? That great man's son here with us. 18 long years have passed, but now look, he's here at last. It's very lovely to meet you, Mr. Fine Attorney number 2. Is she singing? I didn't know she was singing. Judy, that was the bomb. I see you're in good voices ever. Miles Edgeworth, prosecutor. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, you're a prosecutor? I'm so sorry. Forgive me for jumping to conclusions. She's very polite, but there's something strange about her. Hey, Judy, can I, get an autograph? You can write it in here. Well, if you're sure you'd even want such a thing. Why do you want it, Larry? Rudy? You know who she is, right? Come on, Master. You don't keep up with showbiz news or something? Guess that's no big surprise. What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that? Judy here is a living legend. It's not just TV, movies, musicals, chart-topping hits. You name it. Oh, don't be silly. I'm just a humble art gallery owner now, and I finally quit the biz for good. I finished shooting my last movie just the other day, in fact. Some of my co-stars were even kind enough to say that they would come visit once we open. Anyway, here you are. And good luck with your artistic endeavors. Thanks so much, Judy. I'll treasure it till my dying day. Ah, you and me are peas in a pod, Larice. Peas in a gosh dang pod. How lovely for you both. Was I on the money? I was on the money, 34. Larry, could you go practice your drawing somewhere or something? You did come all the way out here to an art gallery after all. It would be a shame for you to waste the opportunity. Real artists drawing our exhibits? What an honor. Guess even you can have a bright idea once in a while, Edgy. All right, Judy, seeing as you were so nice about it, I guess I will. Be right back. He's a real live wire, that one. That's one way of putting it. I can only apologize. By the way, there was another woman with you before. Where is she now? You mean Delica? Delica Scone? She's in the medical room helping to care for Mr. Gusto. I call it the medical room, but it's nothing quite so grand, of course. I couldn't stay with them as I'm the only one on staff and I can't leave the gallery unattended for long. Delica Scone. You've heard that name before, haven't we, Fender? Sure have. Sounds like our IS-7 bingo card is complete. Something tells me this isn't a coinky-dink. Perhaps I could offer you gentlemen a cup of tea? Drop the old Judy Baum special blend? Why not, for old time's sake? That would be lovely, thank you. Bing, bing, bing. Now, if you'll both excuse me, I better go and explain things to the other visitors. You do your thing, Judes. Thanks again. I don't trust her, bro. I don't trust her. This aroma. It's Ceylon, I believe. Let's give it a try. This is a fine blend, a top quality Ceylon indeed. It's citrus aroma. It's said to improve one's ability to concentrate, right? Hey, your old man said those exact words 18 years ago. Really takes me back. There's just one difference. Jude's cooled the saucers back then. Not today, though, it seems. Anyway, don't you think this is all a little odd? Every single person from an 18-year-old case all assembled in the same place at the same time? Yes, it's almost as feels like as if an investigation is in order. Gumshoe and K! Of course, you can't do an investigation without them two, bruh. Now the whole gang's here. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, you're all right. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender. We heard you got caught up in a poison gas attack, so we came as fast as we could. Well, if it isn't the cavalry. Come on, team, bring it in. I love him. No way. Besides, you're both doing just fine. Gummy and I got ourselves all worked up over nothing. Detective Gumshoe, who are you thinking bringing Kay with you? Sorry, sir. I knew it was dangerous. Well, with the poison gas and all, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. I ran and I ran and I ran and I ran, but I just couldn't shake her off. When it comes to running away, the great thief right here is a world champ. Then run away. Don't chase the poor detective. Yeah, poor Gumshoe, bro. Look at that whack-ass mask. All set, sir. Just say the word and I'll head in there and start investigating. You guys stay here, that gas could still be dangerous. All right, we're counting on you, detective. Good luck in there, Dickie boy. Not Dickie boy. No way, Gummy almost looked like a real detective. I'm so proud of him. But he is a real detective. This is Edgeworth speaking. Mr. Edgeworth, looks like the gas has mostly dissipated, sir. Very good, detective. Now calm down and tell me what you see. Yes, sir. First up the exhibits, there's a statue of two people on the left side. And on the right side, some kind of two-horned animal. Like a statue of two people and a two-horned animal. That sounds familiar. In fact, it sounds identical to the display in the Winter Wing. Other than that, the place is looking pretty damp. The sprinkler sprayed all the place. I was just gonna say, wait, this is an exact copy of the other room. What the fuck? Must be what stopped the gas from spreading. The sprinklers? Are there any signs of a fire? No, sir. The fire alarm hasn't been triggered either. Flickers look like the type that detect heat and smoke. When they detect something, they send an alarm, either fire or smoke, at the security room. Guess they read the gas as smoke and triggered the smoke alarm that way. Was anyone in the security room when that alarm went off? This place only has one employee, and that's Judy Bound, the manager. And she was at the reception desk across from the security room the whole time since the gallery opened. So she heard the alarm from across the way and turned on the sprinklers? Yep, seems they can only be switched on manually, and only from there. Wouldn't want the yard getting soaked for no good reason, I guess. But if it's manual, you can maybe even check how bad the fire was and try to get some stuff out first. So the security setup is geared around protecting the exhibits. That makes sense in an art gallery, I guess. One more thing, it's freezing in here. This isn't the autumn wing. It's the deep midwinter wing. The autumn wing is cold too? I checked the temperature. It's 26.5 degrees in here, sir. Why is the autumn wing being kept at the same temperature as the winter wing? That's about all I've got for now. I'll let you know if I find anything else, sir. Understood. Thank you, Detective Gumshoe. Look at Gumshoe. What did Gummy have to say? He said the autumn wing is actually quite wintry. Huh? I don't get it. I'm wondering what it could mean myself, but it's a bit hard to tell from out here. We should try to get in there as soon as the police are done with their investigation. Amen to that. We need to see what the deal is for ourselves. Is there anybody else who might know something in the meantime? Oh yeah, there is one guy, Miles' best bud. His what? Ugh, if we have to. And I guess we have to. Louise? Wait, that's... Okay, didn't expect to see you here. You're looking as fresh-faced as ever. Yeah, long time no see, Larry, right? So here's the deal, Kate. I'm Louise right now. You see, I'm also a bit of an artist. Ah, so you're an alias. So it's your alias. I like it. Good to see you, Louise. I always knew you were a nice, thoughtful kid. Unlike some people. I love Larry and Edgeworth back and forth, bro. Unlike some people. Play me first, Vecna. How'd it go, bro? I have some questions for you, Larry. What the? How am I a suspect? Just because I found the guy doesn't mean I did the crime. I never said you did. I just need you to tell us what you saw. You said you saw something awful. How so exactly? Look, I didn't see anything, and I didn't do anything, okay? I don't think I did anyway. Whoa, Chief. You didn't sound too sure of yourself at the end there. There's something you should know about him, Fender. When something smells, it's usually the butts. You've been saying that about Larry for 26 years now. His ability to attract trouble is legendary for want of a better word. His ability to cause trouble, too. I suppose I better find out what he did this time. Brudge 3KW. Alright, here we go, Larry. Mine chest! Mine chest with Larry! Our aim is to uncover anything that Larry might be hiding. However, I didn't see anything and I didn't do anything. You can't prove otherwise. Damn. It's almost impossible for him to keep his cool. I need to bide my time when he gets agitated and wait for him to calm down. I'll start by asking him to go into detail about what he's doing here. He shouldn't prove to be too much of a challenge. So let's get this over with. I was gonna say, chess with Larry does not seem pretty hard. Why exactly did you come to the gallery today? What kind of question is that? What, you think I don't think... Wait, Buffalo. What, you think I don't belong in a gallery or something? Hey, if you're gonna ignore me, I'm gonna paint your portrait. And when I'm done, I'll scribble all over it. I'm joking, okay? I never scribble one of my pieces. How could I? They're valuable artworks. According to you, perhaps, I imagine I might struggle to agree. Oh, laugh it up, funny guy. Luckily, some people actually believe in my work. She's called Lulu, okay? She says my pictures are masterpieces. So if she likes something, I'll draw it for her, or anything. Anything at all. And where is this Lulu? How come you're here alone? What, a guy can't be apart from his girlfriend for 1 second? I have my own life too, you know. Fine. Lulu says she's a Gemini, okay? So I thought I could do a sketch of her, of the statue to show her on our date. I expect you're pretty proud of this sketch? Not so much this time, actually. But you know, it being her sign and all, I just thought maybe she might kind of like it. How very like you to try to tell me nothing and give so much away in the process. So to summarize, you came here today to draw a sketch of the Gemini statue for your girlfriend, Lulu? What? How'd you figure all that out? From your incessant prattling, you just can't help yourself, can you? Fine, then I won't say another word. Larry might want to keep his mouth shut now, but I have my answers one way or another. Let's ask him what he did after he arrived here at the gallery. We'll see soon enough what he's hiding. It's just a matter of time. All right, tell me what you did once you arrived here. Well, what's the big idea? Why are you staring at me like that? I don't remember. I don't have a pamphlet, so I don't know what was where. I just kind of hung around by the fountain. You didn't receive a pamphlet when you paid your entrance fee at the reception desk? Huh? You mean entry isn't... It's not free to get in here? You mean to tell me that you entered without paying? I'm sorry, okay? It wasn't deliberate. There wasn't anybody at the reception desk is all. So I just thought I thought entry must be free. You're saying Miss Bound was at the reception desk at the time? Yeah, but it looked like there was maybe somebody in the little room opposite. Interesting. According to Detective Chumshoe, Miss Bound had to enter the security room to activate the sprinkler system. I expect she wasn't at the reception desk because she was busy responding to the incident. And right after, she finally got the place open for business, too. Poor Judy. The Winter Wing, the gallery's greatest attraction, and it's gonna be ruined now. You say you don't have a pamphlet, and yet you seem to know all about the Winter Wing. For example, at the Gemini statue you came here to draw just so happens to be in said room. Therefore, it was your intention to visit the Winter Wing all along, wasn't it? How? How'd you get me again? Fine, you're right. I came here for the Gemini statue. And yeah, I came here to visit the Winter Wing. I won't deny it. Harry's not one to confess so easily. Then again, he's always managed to surprise me in unusual ways. Let's see what more he can tell us about the Winter Wing. I do like this mind chest stuff. I'm starting to get used to it. I expect even Larry has found his feet a little by now. I'll have to watch his reactions more carefully and see what information I can glean from him. I'm done with you. Go home. That's it. I'm done with you, Larry. Go home. You sure? I mean, I'll totally leave it. That's cool. I was just thinking of dropping by Lulu's anyhow. No, wait. I didn't mean... My mistake. Seriously, Edgy, I really think it's time you start taking responsibility for the stuff you say, don't you? Scolded? By Larry? Forgive me. Would you mind giving me just a little more of your time? If I have to, I guess. Maybe you could sweeten the deal with a free dinner? Very well. Must be more careful about what I say. Yeah, now you owe Larry a dinner. Good job, Edgeworth. Larry, be honest. Did you enter the Winter Wing? What is that? Is that suspicion I see in your eyes? I tried to get in there, sure, but... You tried to get in, but you couldn't? Yeah, exactly. I wanted to get in there, but that old guy came out and fell to the ground, and like I said, it was all pretty shocking. So you went out to the Winter Wing because the victim emerged and collapsed in front of you? Yeah, he came out of the Winter Wing door and then down he went. But wasn't it the Autumn Wing that the victim came out of? If that stupid poison gas thing had never happened, I'd be in there happily sketching away right now. There seems to have the Autumn and Winter Wings mixed up. Regardless, it seems his aim really was to make a sketch of one of the statues. This could be a useful clue. Which one did I do? You don't let up, do you? I told you I didn't see anything. Galleries were nice and all, but I changed my mind once I got here. Thought I'd go meet my girlfriend instead. Maybe it's time to deploy my clue. I didn't think I got the right one. Didn't you say you came here to make a sketch of one of the statues for your girlfriend? You gave up on that a little easily, didn't you? Surely you saw something, even if you were distracted by the victim's collapse. Well, I did not see something, but that doesn't prove that I did see something totally terrifying either, does it? Really, Larry? You could at least try to make this a little harder for me. I put it to you, Larry Butts, that you did in fact see something totally terrifying. Yeah, there it is. How do you do it, Edgy? Are you some kind of mind reader? Fine. I guess there's no point trying to keep it a secret any longer. Pathetic. I'm not sure there's much point in you trying to keep any secrets, given your track record. It wasn't exactly the most edifying use of my time, but that's checkmate. Yo. I couldn't help staring at the Gemini statue. My eyes were drawn to it.
Objection!
You keep talking about a Gemini statue, but there's no way you saw what you think you saw. It's simply not possible. What do you mean? You think I saw a ghost statue or something? Larry's still laboring under the misconception that he was looking at the Winter Wing. This piece of evidence shows us what Larry was really looking at.
Take that!
Take a look at his pamphlet. The autumn wing features sculptures depicting Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, and Aries. Not only that, but I've seen a statue depicting Gemini and the winter wing for myself. Which means that whatever you saw, it can't have been a statue of Gemini. Guess that makes sense. Why is he not more surprised by that? It did seem pretty weird now that I think about it. One of the two people did look like a goddess. So the other stuff, I guess that wasn't my imagination either. Other stuff? You're interested in it too, aren't you, Edgy? Great, let me show you. Show me? What exactly? I drew a picture of it all. Got the whole scene down exactly as I saw it. But I'm still not that confident in my work, so, well, I want to see. Really? All right, here. Yeah, that was easy. Damn! Is that thing crying blood? What on earth? It's grotesque. You trying to tell me that the statue is crying tears of blood? I have to say, Laurice, it's pretty scary. Right? Because it was scary. It was supposed to be a statue of Gemini, but it up and turned into a goddess right before my eyes. It freaked me out so bad I screamed out loud. So he wasn't reacting to the victim collapsing in front of him after all. Wait, you say it turned into a goddess. What do you mean exactly? What do you mean, what do I mean? The bottom half was suddenly a fish, that's what I mean. Goddess with a fishy bottom half? Sounds like Pisces to me. I heard it's all based on this legend of a goddess and her son turned into a fish to escape some baddie. Wow, really? I thought Pisces was just two plain old fish. Edgy, do you think the statue's cursed? I mean, tears of blood turning into a fish? That's some pretty cursed stuff right there. Don't be a fool. I imagine you simply mistook one statue for the other. Another Larry sketch. Here we go, bro. Down this train. You get to look at Larry's statues more. Yay. Oh, look at you tucking it carefully into your organizer. I simply thought I might have use for it later. Maybe in the bathroom. You're the worst, Edgy, the worst. Edgeworth, why do you be such a dick, dog? Kind of freaky deaky, though, huh? A statue with the bottom half that changes shape? I'm pretty keen to find out what went down in the autumn wing, aren't you? I suppose I am, yes. Could there be some kind of trick to the Pisces statue, perhaps? Yes, Edgeworth speaking. I'm just about done in here, sir. There's no danger from the gas anymore. You can come in now. Thanks. Good work, detective. It seems it's finally safe to enter the autumn wing. The good detective sure has impeccable timing. Come on, let's go take a look. I want to see Pisces. I want to see this Pisces statue. You going in there, Kay? Maybe I should come along, too. Did you really think I was going to leave you out here on your own? I know better than that. All right, everyone. To the autumn wing. I like the way Larry walks. Here we are at last, and it really does look a lot like the winter wing. Glad you can make it. Oh, hey there. You're, Harry, was it? Good to see you, Harry. No, for the last time, the name is Laurice Donham. Detective, your report, if you don't mind. Yes, sir. Okay, so first off, I found a blowtorch. The nozzle was still warm when I found it, so I guess it was used pretty recently. Was somebody using it to heat something? Was the step ladder already like that when you entered? Yeah, guess it was used by whoever let out the gas. The gas was inside the case until someone opened the lid. Is that so? A Pisces statue. Huh? You sure up on your constellation, sir? You know what the one on the other case is, too? This is the autumn wing, so I imagine it should be Capricorn. Just no fooling you, sir. I thought it was supposed to be Taurus. That weird cloth that's draped around it kind of tripped me up. Isn't that a piece of aluminous cloth from way back when? What's that doing here? Now we have evidence from the IS-70 incident, too? Ah, here we go, bro. It's time to finish our dad's case, bro. Bam, bam, bam. Taking a look around. It seems there's a piece of luminous cloth on each of the other cases, too. Yeah, and then it just makes me want to see what's hiding underneath real bad. Sure, let me whip them all right off for you. Wow, they're beautiful. To the transformation Larry witnessed, could it have been the moment when the cloth around the Pisces statue's lower half fell away? See, Edgy, see? I wasn't imagining things, and I wasn't mistaken. Ugh. Listen, Mouser, I think we can all agree that this room is fishier than a bucket of fish. My hunch is that somebody deliberately trying to make this room look just like the Winter Wind. Yes, I was thinking the exact same thing. They even cover the statues up just in such a way as to make them look similar. The cloth over the bottom half, the Pisces, and the Gemini statues look almost the same. Ditto for Capricorn. Cover his bottom half and he looks pretty much like Taurus. The other two can't be fixed as easily, so covering their cases up completely was the only answer. So somebody went to some lengths to disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing. I'd say we need to take a closer look at things in here. Wouldn't you, Fender? Who's holding it? Oh my god. Fucking Eustace. Oh. I love how he gets some goofy ass music, bro. Oh my god. Eustace, please go away. Mr. Winter and Judge Gavel. Ugh, what the heck are you guys doing here? You're the last thing I need. This is my scene, you hear? Mr. Edgeworth, it seems I have failed in my duty yet again. I pray one day to make you see that your presence is not required at every crime scene. And that co-opting co-opting the good detective for your own ends is neither right nor good. I have to give serious consideration as to how the goddess of justice would have me judge you. You got it all wrong. It was me who asked Mr. Edgeworth to help, not the other way around. It was? Well then, you know what that means, Detective Flatfoot. Oh, you mean, exactly. Your, salary check is taking a hit. Bet you're looking forward to payday now. I always wanted to say that. Man, getting a wage cut from you of all people. Not so fast, Mr. Winter. I was simply assisting with the police's investigation as a witness and bystander. Detective Gumshoe was entirely in the right. Oh, he is, huh? So you're saying I should give him a bonus instead? That's not what I'm saying at all. Hey, I wouldn't mind a little salary bump. The compassion and generosity are truly heartwarming, Eustace. Fucking Eustace. But we must take into account past transgressions when making judgments that concern the future. And I hereby judge Mr. Edgeworth and his associates unfit to tread the hollow ground of this scene. Here we go again, bro. Get out of here. But what? Well, we only just got here. The goddess of justice conferred her blessings on Eustace and Eustace alone. But why, which you mean this is Mr. Winter's case? That's exactly what she means. It's time for the warm-up act to get off the stage. After all, I solved this one already. I have a suspect lined up and everything. What'd you say? A suspect? Already? Who? Who else but your artist friend over there? Oh my god, poor Larry. Huh? Me? Me? What's going on, Edgy? Your guess is as good as mine. I can't even begin to imagine how the boy's mind works. Unsurprising that you lack the attitude to understand the winning mindset. Lack the attitude? Something tells me he doesn't know the real winning turn of phrases. Well put, Eustace. Mr. Edgeworth does indeed lack a certain aptitude. Yeah, exactly. Where's your aptitude, smart guy? Wow, he's totally shameless. Underestimate my information gathering skills at your own peril. Before we came here, we dropped by the medical room to ask the doctor there a few questions. They told me where the poison gas came from. And where might that have been? It was, it's this chemical you find everywhere. Can't think of the name just now, though. Wait there a second. Let me just call him real quick. Perhaps I can answer your question while Eustace is on the telephone. Why let him make the call if you know the answer? The gas is created by mixing two specific chemicals. Ubiquium, and asphyxin, I think. Affixin? Asphyxion? Ubiquinum. What kind of chemicals are they? Ubiquinum is a red liquid used in all manner of everyday products. Paint and dishwashing liquids among various others. On its own, it's entirely benign. So it's something anyone could get their hands on? Precisely. But the same cannot be said for asphyxiant. Affliction. That does sound nasty. What's it used for? It is the main ingredient in a product called Infesticide. Infesticide Ultra. It is pure white in color and is unavailable to the average consumer. In fact, it is nigh impossible for members of the public to obtain here in this country. As such, we are currently investigating where it might have come from. Ubiquinum and pure white asphyxiant were mixed together. I'm back, and I know the name of the chemical now. Don't waste your breath. Judge Gavel informed us already. Huh? Oh, great. That'll make this quicker, I guess. So the source of the gas, ubiquinum, is used in paint and stuff, right? And there was somebody here at the gallery today who brought paints with them. Your friend, the artist. You can't accuse me just because of that. Objection to the paint on the palette in your hand. Edgy, is this kid okay? He seems a little... Indeed. I haven't known him long, but he's a little prone to jumping to the wrong conclusions. Even, bro, when Larry has to question you, you know you're bad, bro. Motherfucking Larry is questioning you, dog. I did the artifact, Amori. How'd it go, bro? Bro, just sit. Hey, quit talking about me like I'm not even here. Ignore them, you sister. Simply intimidated by you, nothing more. Why not give them yet another reason to fear you with one of your winning deductions? Winning? Yeah, good idea. Get a load of this, losers. Where winners winning deduction. Our friend, the artist here, won the race to find the victim and was first on the scene, correct? And the gas the victim was poisoned with is made from ubiquinum, which is, as we know, is found in paint. He was carrying paint on his person, and he was one winning stride away from the victim. It surely makes him the winner of on our list of suspects. Right, Gavel? Right, Gavel? Gaviel? Gavel? Oh my god, I can't. Jesus. You think so too, right? There's a possibility that certainly can't be discounted. Well, would the artist like to share his versions of the event? Did you leave red paint at the scene of the crime? Or something more sinister? A catalyst for a cloud of toxic gas, perhaps? I think I might have left my heart there, you know. And you might have picked it up. I would be careful what you say to me. My gavel is already primed to deliver a guilty verdict.
Objection!
Ignore him, please, Your Honor. It's for the best.
Objection!
Quit stalling! You can't run away from the fact that my reasoning is flawless. It's far from it, Eustace. Far from it. So admit defeat and crawl on out of here with your tails between your legs because I win. I have better things to do than pick holes in your faulty logic, but I don't suppose I have much choice. The motherfucker I was gonna let live picked it out of the chest, and she did. She did, so I let the other motherfucker go. W. I didn't know there was a different kind of Mori. For like artifacts and shit. Interesting. Alright, hold on. Give me a second. Alright.
Hold it!
I'll be the first to admit that he's something of a suspicious character.
Objection!
Objection! First to admit? Are you trying to beat me to it? Well, you can't because I'm the winner. I'm the first rate, always. Huh? I'm a first rate artist, you say? Larry, I don't need you to make this any more convoluted than it already is. Please, Mr. Winner, just continue. I'll let you do shit with the lockers. Yeah, I know that.
Hold it!
I know that much. We do indeed. It seems it's found in a number of everyday products. Right? Which makes your friend's paint pretty darn suspicious. Wasn't it always found in a bunch of other stuff too? She has a winning point, I guess. Right, Gavel? I suppose she does. As I said, ubiquinum is also found in dishwashing liquids, among other things. In other words, paint isn't the only possible explanation. No, but just listen to the rest of my amazing deduction, will you?
Hold it!
It's by no means certain that paint was the source of the poison gas. Huh. Well, it's by no means certain that it wasn't either. Was that supposed to be sound clever? Copying Mr. Edgeworth's speaking style isn't a shortcut to looking cool, you know. Make it sound as if you think there's something wrong with how I speak. Anyway, to bring it all home, my winning deduction shows that he had paint and who was closest to the victim.
Hold it!
That's really all you're basing your suspicions of, Mr. Butts on? What? You have a problem with that? Then show me some proof, loser. Put up or shut up. He's literally asking for it, Mr. Edgeworth. He is. So let's find the right piece of evidence and really give it to him. We know that Mr. Winter isn't much of a listener. We also know that his reasoning is likely to be based on a flawed assumption. Yeah, he even phoned the other guy, and he still got it wrong somehow. Let's get this over with as quickly as we can. It's a waste of all of our time. True! I can moor you on last hook. Not too shabby.
Objection!
God damn it, Eustace. Your deductions are anything but winning, I'm afraid. Unless you're looking to win a prize for incoherence. Heh, so you agree that I deserve a prize? What you deserve is to be set right. The gas came from within the case containing the sculpture of Pisces. It did. It was created by the artist guy. With the red paint that we know is full of ubiquium. I'm going to offer you a bit of advice. One prosecutor to another. It always helps to listen carefully to others. This gas is created when ubiquium is mixed with another substance. Asphyxion. Paint containing ubiquium alone wouldn't create any kind of gas at all. It wouldn't? I thought they said that the guy was asphyxiated with ubiquium. So you're telling me this was based on a mishearing of the forensics report? Yeah! This gas had already done its work by the time Mr. Butts found the victim. Perhaps it's your own aptitude you should be worrying about. By aptitude? What does that even mean? You literally used the word 5 minutes ago. It means one's ability or how suited one is to a particular task, Eustace. An attitude. The other word you misused only minutes ago as well is another thing entirely. I get what you're doing. You're making fun of me again. What I'm doing is demonstrating that you do not have the aptitude required to head on up this investigation.
Overruled!
Fucking mean overruled. Before you go any further, you might wish to consider some of the flaws in your own statements. Man, if you didn't have Gavel with you, you'd be cooked, Eustace. And what flaws might those be? Firstly, that you cannot prove your artist friend did not enter the autumn wind. And secondly, that you cannot prove that the red paint did not have something to do with the crime. But the paint isn't important on its own, surely. What's important is the combination of the red ubiquium with white asphyxion. How exactly were the two substances introduced to one another? Surely we need to figure out that before anything else? Indeed we do. And that is what Eustace will be investigating next. Or he would already be investigating had you not been here making needless trouble. We are not here to make trouble. Quite the opposite, in fact. We're here to help. Are you saying you know how the gas was made? I don't believe you. I can certainly point you toward a vital clue as to how it was done. He's bluffing, Eustace. Ignore him. It's fine, Cavell. He's clearly lying. Might as well let him talk himself even further into a corner. If you are sure. Come on, then. Show me what you've got. What shows how the gas was created, huh?
Take that!
You're saying this somehow shows us the chemicals were mixed to make the poison gas? That's exactly what I'm saying, yes. Thank you for noticing. Well, they do say I have a good eye. The red tears Mr. Butts saw. That was ubiquium. Wait a second. You're saying the statue cried the stuff out? What, so our culprit is somehow some kind of evil spirit? How much time am I gonna have to waste talking him through this step by step? The red tears alone would not have been enough to create the gas. They must have mixed with something inside that case. What? What evidence do you have that that's what happened? The evidence is right there in the sketch I just showed you. I need to point out the part that shows that the two liquids have mixed together.
Take that!
Observe the pool of pink liquid beneath the Pisces statue glass case. This clearly shows that the two chemicals mixed. What? Wait, I don't get it. How does that prove that some ubiquium mixed with some asphyxiant? We have an artist with us. Why don't we ask him? Larry, you claim to be something of a painter. I imagine you have some experience mixing colors. What happens when you mix red with white? Don't treat me like a dumb Angie. I did graduate from junior high, you know. Any idiot knows that red and white makes pink. I mean, there's variations. You got your rose pinks and your baby pinks.
Hold it!
That will be more than enough, thank you. Do you see what I'm getting at now, Mr. Winter? Oh, I think I do. Ubiquium is red, asphyxiant is white. Mix the two together, and you get pink. That's what the pink liquid is. Yes, very good. We got there in the end. Babysitting this guy. Yes, interesting. I think you finally convinced him.
Overruled.
Mr. Edgeworth, you have raised a possibility, nothing more. We cannot know for sure that this shows the result of two chemicals having mixed. And besides, the sketch you are attempting to enter as evidence was drawn by a suspect. How can we possibly hope to rely on its veracity? Hey, I drew everything exactly as I saw it. A true artist never lies or embellishes the truth. Forgive me, but I did not ask for your opinion. Oof, she's a cold one, but I like it. You may rest assured, Your Honor, that I mean to prove my theory to all of our satisfaction.
Overruled.
It may not be wise to jeopardize your position any further, Mr. Edgeworth. Especially as there is another question to which you have yet to prove a satisfactory answer. How can you prove that this man did not enter the Autumn Wing? Because it was locked. Until you were able to, there was a little more to discuss. Wait, maybe the victim could help us out with that. Mr. Gusto? He is still unconscious and in critical condition. He is? Oh. Larry, why are you over there? Now, if you don't mind, Eustace needs to carry out his own investigation of this area. If you would be so kind as to leave him in peace. Yeah, hold on, Fender. That was Fender, I know it was. Definitely. Oh, it's Larry. For the presiding judge's sake, I pray to the goddess that you need not to ever be summoned to testify. Now then, is there something you wish to say? Mr. Artist? If you just hold that pose for a moment there, Miss Ice Queen. I am Justice Verity Gavel, and I would be grateful if you would dispense with the childish, epithets. Oh ho, Father, she tells me your name. Nice to meet you, Verity. Name's Laurice Donham, but you can call me Laurice. If you can stop wasting the court's time, Mr. Donham. Oh yeah, sorry, it's just, there's something I forgot to mention. The door is locked. I tried to open it, and then the old guy came tumbling out. It does appear that the door can be unlocked from the inside. However, that does not necessarily mean that it was locked at the time as you claim. Without proof, your statement carries little weight, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Objection! Well, as it happens, I can back our pal up here on that. What? Yep, we tried to come in here too, but it's just like the guy said. It was locked up tight. Ain't that so, Miles Reno? It is. I distinctly remember how it went. Prior to the incident with the gas, it was not possible to enter this room from the outside.
Overruled.
Oh my god. What is to say that your suspicious friend was not in here with the victim the entire time?
Objection!
The fact that he didn't suffer the ill effects of the gas. Search him for a gas mask if you like. I doubt you'll find one. I see, but I suppose we have to take you at your collective word. That was a little too easy. Well, Judge Gavel, you accept that Mr. Butts is no longer a viable suspect? And that once again, Mr. Winter's deductions have fallen short of the mark? What are you talking about? I just need some more information, that's all. Can't blame a guy for being a little hasty with his deductions. You know, it's not cool for a prosecutor to be saying stuff like that, right? Very well. Then perhaps we should call our next suspect. Mr. Donham, you may step down from the stand. Huh? go, you mean? But I was enjoying our time together, Verity. Let me stick around, please. Overruled. Show no mercy. Squish my heart into a goopy mush. I love it. Who exactly is this next suspect? The pharmacist, Delicate Scone. Your artist friend may have struggled to lay his hands on a bottle of Infesticide Ultra, but someone in your line of work would surely have a better idea where such a thing might be acquired. The court hereby calls for a 10-minute recess. Eustace, we will go and fetch the suspect. Your winning smile will bring her running, I am sure. My winning? Of course, Gavel. Let's go get her at once. Hey, Detective Flatfoot, you carry on investigating while I'm gone, okay? Yeah, sure. Is it possible, could Judge Gavel have suspected Miss Scone from the start? It still doesn't show her age, dog! Bro, why does it show her age? She's hella sus. She's the only one we don't see an age for. She'd be like 380 years old, dog. That didn't even mention it. She wasn't helping Mr. Winter like she usually does, huh? What exactly is your angle here, Judge Gavel? To be continued. Age cream is perfect for Joel. Not Joel. Miss Scone's testimony. Eventually, here we're gonna go back to Gregory. They sure are taking their time. I thought this was supposed to be a 10-minute recess. Sorry to keep you losers waiting. We'll wait no longer. I won the race to find Delicate Scone, and here she is. Hello, dears. This lovely young man said you wanted to speak with me. Delicate Scone, purveyor of the most wondrous wares a pharmacist can offer, at your service. Delica to my palace, leave Miss Delicious to some. You can call me the winner, and I'll call you whatever I want. All right, Winnie Pooh. Winnie Pooh. Whatever you say. It's lovely to meet you, dearie. So much for call me the winner. Oh, have we met before, young man? Get a load of this, Delica. That's Miles Edgeworth, Gregory's son. Well, I never. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miles. Milesy Smiles. If you must address me by my given name, just Miles will do. Oh ho ho, Greggy Pegleg's boy and all grown up, too. Make me feel my age, why don't you? I just wonder how old she is. How do we not know? Somebody ask her. Have Kay ask her, bro. She's a woman. Or Gavel, have somebody ask her, man. Fuck, it's gonna drive me nuts. Eustace, I believe we have some questions for our pharmacist. Oh yeah. What brings you to the gallery today, Miss Scone? Why? Why, I came to see dear old Moody Judy, of course. We've been fast friends for 18 long years, and no one's going to stop me visiting her now. I understand that you helped look after Mr. Gusto in the immediate aftermath of the attack. I didn't do much, really. I just whipped up a quick antidote for the dear old doctor. Wow, you can make an antidote just like that? Oh, yes, dear. As long as I have the right ingredients, I can throw together just about any medicine you like. It certainly helped the medical room was well equipped, though. We were much better off treating him than losing vital minutes taking him to a hospital. Anyway, we did whatever we could. The rest, well, that's up to him. And do you know the victim, Miss Delicious? Oh, yes, well, sort of. It's been 18 years since I last saw him. Apparently he's famous these days, one of the best confectioners in the world, or so they say. Interesting. So he's a well-known public figure. Oh, yes, dear, he was on the news and everything. Confectionery crafting king of the world, they said. Him making this box with his fingers, bruh. I don't know how I feel about it. Don't know how I feel about it. Wow, so the old dog really went to Zhang Fa and upped his game, just like he said he would. Perhaps if we could proceed to the matter at hand, Miss Scone. Are you familiar with a substance known as Infesticide Ultra? Of course, dear. Use it to get rid of, you know what? Oh, it's awfully strong, though. That's why they don't sell it in the shops. Might I ask you what you mean by you-know-what? The little blighters that frighten the life out of poor innocent ladies like yours truly, that's what. Ghastly little creatures running around people's nice, clean kitchens and terrorizing them. Oh, I get it, those. Thank you, Miss Scone. One more question, if you don't mind. Are you aware of what happens when the chemicals asphyxion and ubiquium are combined? Oh, yes. It's right there in the Effects Guide Ultra instructions. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium, ever. Because if you do, they react with each other and make a horrible poisonous gas. Once again, effects of inhalation include respiratory complications and, well, death. And poor old Gusty very nearly didn't make it. To make that much gas, you need, probably 500 milliliters of each chemical, I'd say. Certainly talks like a skilled pharmacist. Ubiquium's awfully thick and sticky, and it heats up very quickly indeed. It's also bright red and smells minty fresh. Oh, and cheap as chips. That's what they use that's why they use it in everything. Asphyxian's more watery and it's white in color. I will do, thank you. You are clearly well informed, Miss Scone. As well I should be, dearie. After all, Infesticide Ultra is made by the company I work for. Oh, but before you get the wrong idea, they don't go around handing out free samples. As I say, it's awfully terribly dangerous. You couldn't buy it even if you wanted to. Yes, Miss Scone, some very interesting indeed. I think that tells us all we need to know. Strange. I thought she suspected Miss Scone. But something in that smile makes me wonder if she has some other angle in mind. What is it, Detective Flatfoot? Any developments to the report? Yes, sir. Turns out the sculpture's glass display case is open from the top. Huh? That's rather unusual. And the temperature inside can be adjusted, too, all the way down to 0 degrees. The Pisces kit was kept at 26 degrees. Dang near got my hand stuck to it. We're lucky you escaped alive. Anything more relevant to the case? Yeah, they found something on the underside of the top part of the Pisces case. Traces of ubiquium. Oh, now we're talking. That's odd. If there was ubiquium stuck to it, it should have stayed stuck. After all, 26 degrees, it would have been frozen solid. It would, huh? So how did things wind up as they are now? I think Kay might be able to help us figure out just that. Or at least Mr. Thief might. Heh, you guys are that desperate to get on my good side, huh? Fine. I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away. Can't believe I'm taking orders from this guy. But whatever, anything for the truth. Overruled. Before you get too carried away, the goddess of justice has no need of your help. We will find the truth ourselves. All right, Gavel, fuck you then. What the fuck? We were going to be a one big team to figure this out, but no, you want to do this by yourself? All right. Youch, why so frosty, Judge G? Your baby prosecutor just gave us the big thumbs up. What's the issue here? Oh, wait, don't tell me the committee has some dirty little secret it doesn't want us to find out? I am not required to explain myself to you. But if you feel that you absolutely must participate in the investigation, perhaps you could prove to me that it would be worth our while to keep you around. What exactly does she have in mind here? Who triggered the release of the poison gas? If you cannot answer this question, I will consent to your participation in the investigation. You heard the lady smiles. Somebody opened the Pisces case and let out that gas. Considering what we've learned so far, there's only one person who could possibly be, no? Yes, the answer is indisputable. In that case, please kindly provide it now. Who released the poison gas? Who released it?
Take that!
The victim, Carmelo Gusto, is the only person to have entered the autumn wing. That's only he could have opened the case. Correct. That appears to be the only logical answer. Very well. I'll permit your participation in this investigation to continue. However, if at any point I feel you are contributing nothing of value, you will be removed immediately. Understood? Even if Mr. Gusto did open the case, we still have no idea why. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth. Tell me what you want to see. Let's use the data we've collected to recreate the scene before the poison gas went off. On it. Look at you, Eustace. Hey, don't scare me like that. So this is what you were talking about. You're Mr. Thief. Let's begin by examining the Pisces sculpture. There's a generous amount of ubiquium frozen on the underside of the top part of the case. Yeah, which is what it kept the lid on real tight. The actual glass lid is all cracked though, right? Somebody really went on to town on your little house there, huh, Pisces? And do we have any idea how the glass lid might have come to be so cracked? Well, it doesn't look like the outer facing side of the glass surface any damage suffered. I see. So we have a cracked piece of glass that we know was ice cold on its inner facing side. We also know that it wasn't damaged in any direct way on its outer facing surface. Thoughts? Ice cold. Makes me think of the way you glare at people, sir. Cracks. Make me think about those deeply etched lines in your forehead. It was cracked by heat expansion. Applying heat to ice cold glass from the outside will cause it to crack. Huh. Well, I appreciate the science lesson, but why is it all heat cracked in the first place? Why, indeed. A heat-cracked glass lid lined on its underside with frozen ubiquium. You look like the cat that got cream, Miles Reno. You know what happened, don't you? I certainly do. And what's more, I know how Mr. Gusto opened the case. What? You didn't give me a chance to figure it out first. Would have been quite the wait. Well, don't keep it to yourself, Edgeworth. I want answers.
Take that!
The blowtorch shows signs of being used recently when it was found here in the autumn wing. I think it's likely it was used in the glass lid, causing it to crack. Blowtorch? Who uses a blowtorch to open a glass case? Oh, I get it. Mr. Gusto was trying to melt the frozen ubiquium so he could open the lid. Indeed. You beat me to the answer by a second, but we'll see who wins in the end. Don't try and tell us you nearly had it. You didn't have a clue. Nuh-uh. Yo, it was Edgeworth making things hard to understand. Okay, would you mind updating the recreation so that Mr. Winter can follow along too? Sure, just for him. All right, here goes. Mr. Gusto was alone in the autumn wing, and while he was in here, he used his blowtorch to melt the frozen ubiquium on the other side of the lid. Uh-huh, and? Ubiquium melted and mixed with the asphyxiant that was already present inside the glass case, thereby producing our poisonous gas. When Mr. Gusto had finally managed to open the lid, he would have released the gas and poisoned himself. He made it as far as the fountain room where he collapsed. Doo-doo-doo-doo. So he opened the case and out came the gas, huh? Seems we got there in the end. But why the heck a doodle doo did he want to open the case in the first place? I'm not sure. In fact, we don't even know what his ultimate goal was. I'm thinking he might have come here for the same reason I did. Check out the autumn wing. Or the winter wing. Check out not the autumn wing, but the winter wing. You remember, right? I thought this was where the winter wing was when we first got here. Caught you out too, did it? My little Eddie Lumpkin? I was ever so confused. Well, with it being where Chiliwink's room was all those years ago. There's even the same little tree in front of the blessed door. Who wouldn't be all 6s and 7s, eh? Did everyone involved with the IS-7 incident make the same mistake? I think we need to go and take another look at the winter wing. Time to see how quickly I can convince Mr. Winter, I suppose. Eureka, ladies and gentlemen, I have the answers. The answer to what exactly? The man was going to end it all. A dramatic exit stage left, sort of artsy-fartsy farewell. Have you been listening at all this whole time? At my level, I barely need to listen a word, and I still understand exactly half of what's going on. Perhaps I can explain a few of the finer details to you later, Eustace. Winter's prerogative. Winners. Sure, thanks, Gavel. Thank you indeed. I find it's always best to leave things like child wrangling to a professional. In the meantime, don't you have something to tell Mr. Edgeworth and his friends? Oh yeah, I totally forgot. What is it now? I took the liberty of investigating our friendly pig pharmacist here. Or rather, I had one of my underlings do it for me. That's nothing to brag about, you know. Shut up! Can't you see I'm talking? Anyway, let's put a pin in my suicide theory for now, yeah? I have something more important to tell you. It was Miss Delicious who set up the poison gas trap. Eee? How could you say that? I was greatly saddened to learn of this, Miss Scone. Your profession is one dedicated to saving lives, and yet you use your expertise to try to take one. I beg your pudding. How dare you? I didn't know such a thing. Perhaps you can explain, Mr. Winter? You bet I can. Get a load of this. This is Miss Delicious' pharmacist license. And it says it right here that she's authorized to handle Infesticide Ultra. The product that we have established contains asphyxiant, one of the ingredients of our poison gas. Exactly. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to get a hold of that stuff. Miss Delicious is no ordinary person. She's a card-carrying pharmacist. I didn't do it. This is all just a terrible misunderstanding.
Objection!
Objection! His objection's kind of growing on me. Asian cream. Hey, yo, bro, can we not talk about Asian cream? We don't even know how old she is. She's the only one that's still question marked, bro, and it kind of makes me suspicious, dog. I don't like how she's the only one question marked with age. Me, Larice, and Verity are all the same age. And Kay and Eustace are the same age. And Gumshoe and Eddie are close. What's up, Joel? How you doing, man? W. Joeler. And that's not all. There was a bottle of Infesticide Ultra in the victim's pocket. And what do you know? It's covered in your fingerprints. Eek. We know that you and Mr. Bound took the victim to the medical room. What better moment to slip the bottle into his pocket, No. There's only one person on the premises licensed to carry Infesticide Ultra, and that was you, Miss Scone. You act like a villain just won't grab it when needed. Furthermore, you are acquainted with Miss Bound, the owner of the gallery. I mean, you would have access to the building and ample opportunity to prepare your trap. No, dear, listen, you don't understand. That Infesticide Ultra was stolen from me. Lying will only lengthen your sentence, Miss Scone. I'm not lying. Oh, it's in my bag somewhere, I'm sure of it. What's she looking for? That's not it. That's not it. That cloth looks familiar. Ah, here we go. I knew it was here somewhere. Look! And what is this? There's something written on it, I think. April 1, complaint filed. Offense, theft, item stolen, Infesticide Ultra, 1 bottle. It's a crime report relating to a theft. A what? See, you silly billies? I told you somebody pinched it off of me. A week ago, no less. By which you mean to say that it was not in your possession at any point today? That's exactly what I meant to say. I think the bottle you found might be the one I lost. I always have some in my medicine bag, just in case, you know. And I'm supposed to keep my bag locked up tight, but, well, I'd forget in my head if it wasn't screwed on. And now, thanks to silly old me, someone's gone and mixed up a clot of poisonous gas with the stuff. I see, but why on earth would you carry such a hazardous substance around with you? On my government-mandated 5-minute break? 5 minutes? Why only 5 minutes? Hope the games have been fun. This second game has been super good so far. We're on the 3rd case, but this game's been super good so far. Like I said, just in case, you never know when one of them might appear. You mean the ghastly little creatures that run around people's nice clean kitchens type of them? You can just roll up a newspaper and whack. One and done? Psst. Gravel, what do I do now? Ah, of course. I think perhaps it might be wise to confirm the authenticity of the crime report just to be safe. It can't hurt to verify Miss Scone's story after all. She may be lying to us. Good idea. All right, I'm gonna go give the precinct a call. Don't go anywhere. So Miss Scone might not be guilty after all. Indeed, if she really were the one who set up the poison gas trap, then I highly doubt she would have used a method that directly implicates her. So who do you think did it, Smiles? Someone with knowledge of the victim's likely behavior and the time and the means to prepare. 2 factors which point to one very specific person. Oh yeah? Who might that be? Don't leave us hanging, big guy. Oh well. Sorry, Judy. Who had the means to steal the Infesticide Ultra and dress one rune up to look like another? Sorry, Judy.
Take that!
Surely one Miss Bound, the proprietor of these premises, could possibly have prepared it in such a way. We'll need some solid evidence to support such a theory, nonetheless. So it was her, huh? Strange. It's like he already knew. Oh, because he knew she did it back then, too. Whew, nice shooting, Mazarino. I might have make that associate position a permanent deal. That is not what I was hoping for. I'm back with results. The police have confirmed that the theft really was reported and logged. Which means we may have been a little hasty with some of our conclusions, team. You mean that every single one of your conclusions proved to be hogwash? No. I mean, we're only just getting started. Oh, then what's our next move? Well, first we need to go and talk to Miss Bound. And then, I'll think about what to do after that. Eustace. Mr. Gusto's real destination appears to have been the Winter Wing. Perhaps it would be worth having someone investigate that room more thoroughly. Oh yeah, we should totally do that. Flatfoot, go investigate the Winter Wing. Yes, sir. Cavell, we're gonna go talk to Miss Bound. Very good, Eustace. We'll join you if you don't mind. I'm still curious about what's Eustace's game around here, bro. I mean, he just seems to be Gavel's little puppet at this point, but he's definitely has some. He's gotta have some bigger meaning. No way he's just some random prosecutor that doesn't know shit. All right, you have your orders. Go talk to Bound for me. Hey, Mr. Winter, weren't we going to talk with Miss Bound ourselves? Sure, but I thought, why not let the grunts handle the grunt work, you know? Means I could just sit back and wait for the report. A winning strategy. You spoiled little... Ugh, he's so exhausting. I need a break. Huh? There's something in the fountain. Hey, eek! Oh! It's a body! Damn! What on earth? Order! Order in the court! Somebody call for forensics. Bad news, sirs. Real bad news. Order! I will have order, detective. The ice sculptures in the Winter Wing. They disappear again? Oh my god, they disappeared. They've all melted. Oh my god, what is going on, bro? What? Huh? Say? She ain't beating the allegations. Word. What is the meaning of this? Now we have 2 victims? Yeesh. Talk about deja vu. It's like 18 years ago, even the ice melted again. Again. This is like some weird rerun. Same people, same everything. I said it before, I'll say it again. This is no coinky dink. You're with me, right, Mazarino? I am. And I think the answers lie in the IS-7 incident itself. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Great minds think alike. Alrighty then. Time for another trip down memory lane. More Gregory! Woo! I did a voice for Gregory, but I don't think I'll do it this time. Plus, his voice is a little higher. So if I were to do a voice, I have to go higher. I thought his voice would be lower, but it's not. Gregory! Gregory! Yeah! I still can't believe the IS-7 incident was Gregory's last case. Well, that it's been 18 long years since. A murder at a confectionery contest, and one of the participants, no less, Artie Frost. That was Artie Frost's body in there. They pulled his body out of a treasure chest that was part of Samson Tongaroa's chocolate tableau. He'd been hit in the head with a large rock salt lamp. It subsequently bled to death. We found the lamp hidden inside the Candy Castle Delica scone and had made for the contest. But damn, before anybody had the chance to investigate Mr. Frost's own room. All of his ice creations had melted clean away. 18 years ago. It's still, oh my god, it's about to be Christmas time, bruh. I don't know how to do this. All of Mr. Frost's work destroyed. Mr. Von Karma wasn't very happy. He told us to get out in no uncertain terms. So what do we do now, Mr. E? I can't believe he just up and kicked us out. Von Karma's a total jerk. Now, Eddie, it's always the job of the police and prosecutor's office to investigate the scene. Yeah, but he didn't have to talk to us like that. Who cares if we're cops or attorneys? We should all be working together to find the truth. You can't assume that everybody's aims are the same as your own. You may wish to expose the truth, but others might prefer to accept things at face value. Which way of thinking is right will depend on the person. What if somebody innocent ends up behind bars because no one managed to uncover the truth? It could happen. We're all human, police and prosecutors included. Which is why defense attorneys exist. Our job is to help people in such situations, to be friends to the friendless. Friends to the friendless. Now, we may not be able to investigate the Winter Wing as hoped, but that doesn't mean we give up. You're right, Mr. E. I'm sorry. I should have thought more before I opened my big mouth. You're young, Eddie. You'll learn soon enough. I will, I promise. Judy again. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, you look like you could use a little pick-me-up. Yo, get this dumbass tea out of here, dog. Oh, that's not tea. I'm afraid this is all I have, but please, by all means. Yeah, you are sus as hell. You are so sus. Whoa, you're the best, Miss Bound. Thank you. A little sugar boost might actually help. Although these are a little too sweet for my liking. And a little uniquely shaped. I'm sorry if they're not your taste. I'm sorry if they're not your taste. No way, they're great. They're so sweet. You're very kind. Imagine me of all people, a mediocre confectioner. What? You mean you made these yourself? Yes, Samson loves chocolate, so I had to learn. Keeping him supplied with his favorite treats is just one of my many duties. Although he does spend most of his time coaching me on how to prove my technique. Mr. Tongaroa sure is a lucky guy. Getting to eat homemade sweets by the one and only Judy Bound whenever he wants sounds amazing. I'm sorry, did you say something? Nope, nothing at all. Dear sweet Eddie, you really still do have a lot to learn. It seems you're quite committed to the work you do for Mr. Tongaroa, Miss Bound. Of course. Well, right would I have to stay here otherwise? What do you mean by that? I was abandoned as a baby, and Mr. Tongaroa took me in. That's right. One snowy Christmas Eve many years ago, he found me on the steps of this very mansion. He saved my life and became the father I never had. I can never repay him. So my work for him is the least I could do, and I'll be here for him as long as he needs me. That's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. Must be getting old. I'm welling up a little myself. Oh, Gregory. And to think today is Christmas Eve. I can't even give him his present in person. I'd do anything to save him, anything. You're such a liar. You're such a liar. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Please, if there's something I can do to help, just say it. We're very grateful, Miss Bound. Perhaps you could help us by answering a question. Did you know the victim? Not very well, I'm afraid. Oh, but if you wanted to see some of his work, I have a picture of the sculptures he made for the final. Oh, they look a little same, don't you think? They look the same. Interesting indeed. My, they're stunning. Aren't they? I think they're masterpieces. Who would have thought you could make such intricate statues out of flavored ice? Samson adored them too. Oh, hey, that's Taurus and Gemini, right? I didn't know you were keen on constellations of the zodiac, Eddie. Oh, I love it. The stories that those stars can tell. Take Gemini, for example. See the lyre? That's what the harp is called. And the arrow with the... Hold up. The lyre doesn't have any strings. Huh? Did Mr. Frost forget to add them, maybe? That doesn't sound like something he'd forget to do. Wait, really? But I thought you just said you didn't know him very well. Oh, well, I just... He didn't seem like the type. Good job, Eddie. It seems she's got something to hide, too. You took this photograph yourself, Miss Bound? Yes, I use this instant camera here. It develops the pictures as soon as you take them. It's so useful. Ooh, I'd love to see it in action. Why don't I take your picture? Yes, come on, Mr. Reed, let's get a shot of the both of us. Well, all right then. It'd be a shame to waste a good hair day. Ready, say cheese. Come on, let me see the picture. Let me see the picture! There, all done. And the picture's yours to keep, Mr. Fender. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. That's such a cool camera. Well, it's the only one we've got, so we use it for all the picture-taking needs. It's very convenient, but the lack of negatives is something of a shame. So there aren't any negatives for us to reference, huh? I assume Mr. Tongaroa used the same camera during the contest? Yes, you assume correctly. He used it for some work-in-progress pictures of his seascape, and later to take some photos of the other contestants' works. But didn't you take pictures of the body when you discovered it? And didn't you discover the body while the judging was still underway? Oh yes, Samson wanted pictures of all the entrance completed rooms. But the film ran out just as he finished photographing Mr. Gusto's work. So he asked me to go put in a new cartridge. He seemed to think there should have been more shots left than there were. In other words, the film ran out sooner than expected? Yes, the number of shots he took didn't line up with the number of shots remaining. But he thought maybe he just lost track somewhere along the way. But had he really, though? I went to our living area to change the film and was passing through the fountain room on my way back. When I heard the sound of something break and collapse in Samson's room. Samson, are you in here? Mr. Frost's body was just laying there. That was a total shock. It was all too much. But I remember, I called the police, and then I went to tell everybody else. And the camera, been with me ever since. I see. I'd be grateful if you could lend us the camera when this picture was bound. Of course, here you go. Thank you. Can I see the picture? I want to see the picture! No! Detective Bad, Miss Scone, are they done investigating? They're done with me, that's for certain. The big meanie told me to clear off. Honestly, the mannequins will be the end of me, the cheek of him. Guess he got tired of people cluttering up his crime scene. Did he run off? Did he run you off too, Detective Bad? Yeah, Von Karma seems to think I'm a nuisance. He can't do things his way with me around. Why would Mr. Von Karma go so far to exclude his own lead detective? Still, got a pretty good look at the scene. As for Gusto, he's enjoying a little nice chat right now in Frost's room. What about? About the fact that Miss Bound said she saw him going in there during the contest. Mr. Gusto went into Mr. Frost's room? That's right. And I have to say, he looked very much like he didn't want to be seen. I don't know what he could have been up to. Well, he's candidate number 1 at the moment. As the guy who melted Frost's work. Is that really why Mr. Gusto went to Mr. Frost's room? So, what I'm thinking right now, theory, Gusto was guilty, he got out of prison, and then he came back to here to figure out what the hell actually happened. Something like that. What's up, Snake? Did I play the demo? No. No, like I said, I'm not going to play the demo. I'm just going to wait till the game comes out. Wait, what? Why would you just give it to us? I gotta spell it out for you, kid? I'm offering to help you guys. I want the truth about this case to come out. detective. Really, Detective Bad? Mr. Von Karma won't be happy about this. Yeah, well, I'm not Von Karma's stooge. If he's gonna stonewall my investigation, then I'm not gonna play by the book either. Can't let some pesky rules keep me from finding the truth. Now, can I, Mr. Edgeworth? Aw, yes. Indeed. Thank you, Detective Bad. That's cray-cray? It's not cray-cray, bruh. I'd rather play it all in one go. Like, I don't want to play the demo and then have to wait until it comes out and then forget everything. I'd rather just play it all at once. Wow. I can't believe you won him over, Mr. E. Well, I haven't the foggiest what you're all going on about, but here's to new friends, eh? Definitely nice to have the good detective on our side, that's for sure. All right, let's take a look at that photograph. Here. This is what Frost's room looks like right now. Yikes, there's nothing left of his flavored ice sculptures but puddles. The floor appears to be completely covered in a pale blue liquid. I should compare this with the photo I just borrowed from his bound. I assume that the unplugged power cord has something to do with all this. And once that was out of the socket, the display case lost power, and up the temperature went. Looks like they were all connected to the same power strip. Do you have any idea when it was unplugged? Nope. Still working on that. Those sculptures were beautiful. What a waste. Say that again. I should have taken a few more bites out of them when I had the chance. So they tasted good? Did they ever? I never tried ices so scrumptious in my life. Really? Man, I wish I could have had a bite. Well, scrumptious except for the salty bit, of course. That was unbearable. The salty bit. It's in the other photo you got there. This bit, the harpy thing. Gemini's liar. Wait, that's why I had no strings? Because you ate them? I didn't eat that. I didn't eat that much, you cheeky little devil. I told you it was all horrible and salty. How'd you even get in there? It's interesting that the only particular part of this one particular sculpture tasted different from the rest. Could somebody other than Miss Scone really be responsible for eating the rest of the strings? Did you notice anything else, Miss Scone? Come to think of it, I did. There was a funny little mark on Chili Wing's work. It was 2 little letters. Let me see if I can draw it for you. There we go. Yes, it just looked just like that. Ooh, PH comes back. Yeah, what's good, Ender? Delica was Delica Scones. So it was pretty much the same. Because her name in Japanese was Derica Sucones. I mean, that's probably the closest the fan translation got to a name, huh? Not too shabby. It's almost like a signature or something. Wait. I just knew Mr. Frost wouldn't have made that harp without strings. He's not the type to skip an important detail like that. I hope you don't mind me asking, Miss Bound. Are you certain you didn't know Mr. Frost particularly well? What? No, I barely knew him, I swear. Are you dancing and sweating at the same time? Is that so? You certainly seem to have some strong opinions about his attitude toward his work. No, the sculptures were so carefully made, I didn't think he missed something so important. I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. You have a more personal connection to his work than that. What makes you say that? I have an item of evidence that appears to have been one of Mr. Frost's possessions. It shares a key feature with another piece of evidence. Well, I don't know. I won't know what you're talking about if you don't share. It's one of these 2 pieces of evidence of yours. Which 2 items point to Mr. Frost? This is the first.
Take that!
Now the second.
Take that!
The link between these 2 pieces of evidence reveals a shocking truth. Really? Not sure I'm seeing this link, Mr. E. Huh, I do like that. Wasn't right. Miss Bound has especially found one of the pieces of evidence we've gathered. I should take another look. Okay, so I just had to. I think it's the testimony. Part of the treasure chest was covered in blood. It's missing. Every part of the item is also missing. Trauma. Okay.
Take that! Take that!
Damn. Isaac Dover. I kind of like Artie Frost more. I won't lie. I did the Hatch Betrayal. What is that?
Take that! Take that!
There we go. Miss Skull found these 2 letters carved into Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. I think they were a signature of sorts. After all, it's not unusual for the artist to initial their work. I guess not. That's right, dear. It's just like you said. Chiliwing statue had the letters PH carved in them, plain as day. PH? Shouldn't it be AF? You'd think so, but take a look at this. It's a seal we found at the crime scene. It seems reasonable to assume that it fell from Mr. Frost's pocket. When pressed into the surface of an item, it would leave behind the letters PH. The same pottery mark we see imprinted on the bottom of the items in the tea set. The same pottery mark. We already have established that the tea set is the work of the sculptor Paul Halik. From that, we can assume that these same letters would mark any item out as a piece of his work. A fact of which you are well aware of, correct, Miss Bound? Well, yes, I know that he always marks his work with his initials like that. He never revealed his true identity in public, so it's the only way to know his works are truly his. You mean Paul Halik was... That's right, Detective. Artie Frost had another identity. It was no ordinary confectioner, at least as far as Miss Bound was concerned. For you see, Mr. Frost was in fact a famed sculptor. Mr. Frost was in fact none other than the famed sculptor Paul Halik. What? Mr. Frost and Paul Halik were the same person? But it's not like the mark's hard to copy, though. Anyone who's seen it could fake being him without it. With it. Not exactly conclusive proof that Frost was who you say he was. You pretend to give him Hatch and kill him instead. Had to get in the character. Damn. The fact that that's like a tome thing that you have to do is crazy. It was proof enough for Miss Bound. What matters that she believed it. The true identity will have to be investigated by the good people of the precinct. All right. I'll have the boys look into it. I should have known I couldn't hide it from you, Mr. Edgeworth. So you admit it. You were aware of who Mr. Frost really was? I was. I try Erie now? Good luck, buddy. When I discovered his body, I saw the seal you found. Don't ask me how, I just knew it straight away that he was my dear Paul Halik. Imagine, his entries at a confectionery contest were his final legacy. A great man like that. And be honest, did you enter Mr. Frost's room at any point? What? Why are you asking me that? The photograph of Mr. Frost's room. I'd like to know when it was taken. Oh, it must have gotten mixed up with the ones Samson took during the judging.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find that rather hard to believe. God, his objection is so high-pitched for, like, his looks, you would think he had a lower voice. You said yourself that the camera ran out of film during the judging. And that you've had the charge of camera since before Mr. Tongaroba had the chance to visit Mr. Frost's room. That's how you were able to take that picture when you discovered Mr. Frost's body. I suppose so. This suggests that you took only 2 pictures with the new film, one of Mr. Frost's body and one of his room. But I have a piece of evidence that says otherwise. You do? The evidence contradicts the assumption that Miss Bound only took 2 pictures. Body and room.
Take that!
The camera? You gave the picture of the body to the police and the picture of Mr. Frost's room to me. Oh, and you gave us that picture you took of me and Mr. Edgeworth, too. 3 photographs in total, and yet the film cartridge in this camera only has 3 exposures remaining. Out of a total 20. You took more pictures. I want to know what of. I'll need to see all the photos you took. Perhaps then we'll finally learn what you were really up to. I'm so sorry. I confess, I've been lying to you. Huh. These are all shots of Frost's room. I'm so sorry. Looks like she took pictures of his work from every possible angle. And when they were taken, the ice still hadn't melted yet. Wait, don't tell me. It was you? It was. At least, I'm pretty sure it was. You are? What? All of his voice lines are great except the objection, to be honest. Yeah, the objection's a little weird. Like, he sounds like a teenager in that objection. But bro's like, what, in his 30s or something? In the fan game, did he have a deeper voice or a higher voice still? I don't know. When I look at Gregory, it looks like he has like a deeper voice. But like I said, that might just be me. Motherfuckers can't dodge me now. W Gorilla. Well, you see, I'm a huge fan of Mr. Halik's work, as you know. I was petrified that they might be ruined, that with the investigation that was going on and everything. So I thought I should take at least capture the sculptures on film for posterity. And how'd that make them melt? I think perhaps I was so intent on getting the perfect photographs that I might have tripped over the power cord without noticing. My mistake? Are you sure? I didn't notice it at the time, but, well, how could I have been so careless as to cause loss of his final masterpieces? Wow, that's the biggest lie I've ever heard, bro. No way. You trip over a power cord and not realize it? I was about to say, that seems a little convenient to me. I'm not sure I believe it. I don't either, Gregory. I don't either. ProZD did the Gregory and fan translation. All of his lines sound basically like the official Hold It. It's shockingly similar. Huh, nice. But I'm not in a position to refute it either. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Please don't worry about it. The important thing is that you told us the truth. What he said. No hard feelings, Miss Bound. Thank you. Mr. Edgeworth. Picture's yours. Hope it helps. One from Bound and one from Detective Bad. Von Karma's bum ass. Where can I look at the cat? Oh, right here. This is from Bound. This is from Bad. Yeah, no way you just tripped over this and called it a day, bro. I refuse to believe that. Are you infernal nuisances still here? You don't know when to give up. Linger for as long as you like. The answer is still the same. You are not part of this investigation. Whether we're a part of it or not, we'll uncover the truth nonetheless. It's easy you don't know when to shut up either. I commend you on your stubbornness. Mr. Von Karma, I'm afraid I'm the one responsible for Mr. Frost's work melting. What? What is the meaning of this? I'm sorry. And to you too, Mr. Gusto. No concern of mine. Oh shit. I didn't do anything, and Mr. Von Karma agrees. Nothing at all, Mr. Gusto? You went into Mr. Frost's room, didn't you? Perhaps you can tell us why. Sure, I was... Objection! Silence. You are not to give the attorney even the tiniest shred of information. Judy Bound, you're coming with me. I have reason to believe that you are an accomplice of the accused Samson Tangaroa. No, I'll be interrogating you personally, so you had better get your story in order. I understand. Wait, please. I'm not done questioning her myself. Do you think I care because... Wow. What a dickhead. Bad, Gusto, and you, Scone. I have questions for all of you. I expect answers. Fine by me. Ooh, could I at least ask nicely, mannequins? Damn, everybody. So it's just me and Fender. He took literally everyone with him. Indeed. Well, I suppose that means there's little point in us hanging around either. Perhaps it's time we get going anyway. It's rather late. Sorry. Give me a second. I hope the snow is let up. You're right. Home time. Guess my stomach's in agreement too. All right, let's go grab a burger before my own stomach starts grumbling too. Sounds good to me. Let's eat up and rest up. We'll need to be fine fit for tomorrow. We will indeed. And our first port of call will be Mr. Tangaroa. To be continued. Let me do more Gregory, please. Let me do more Gregory. Nice. It's Christmas. It's not almost Christmas. It's Christmas. Hey, it's Miss Mount. Oh, Mr. Fender. Mr. Edgeworth? I'm so sorry about what happened yesterday. She looks rather tired. Has Miss Von Karma finished interrogating you? Yes, though he really only seemed interested in how I melted those sculptures. And here you are to see Mr. Tangaroa, too? Yes, I'm terribly worried about him. Bad? What are you doing? Detective Bad? What are you doing back there? Oh, just happened to be here. I'll be heading back to the scene soon. Not sure how anyone just happens to be at a detention center, but okay. What the fuck? What the fuck? What happened to his hair? What the fuck? What happened? Good morning. But Mr. Tangaroa, what happened to you? Oh no. Samson, what did they do to you? They didn't seem to want to let me sleep. I had no idea interrogation could be so involved. Sorry if I seem distracted. I think I'm a little tired. They're not letting you sleep? That's not police work, that's torture. What's going on here, Detective Bad? I'm not the one doing the interviewing. It's the guy they put on the case before me. I like Von Karma's methods about as much as you do, which is why I'm doing what I can to help. It was Detective Bad who got me out of there. I'd still be in that interrogation room right now if it weren't for him. Detective Bad really is trying to look out for Mr. Tangaroa in his own way, it seems. What the fuck happened? Why is your hair white? Alright, Eddie. Let's share yesterday's findings with Mr. Tangaroa. You got it, Mr. E. My notepad is at the ready. Mr. Tangaroa, we found out quite a bit if you'd like to hear it. Of course, thank you. Wow, wow, this is hard to look at. Are you alright, Mr. Tangaroa? You seem kinda spaced out. I'm fine, I think my blood sugar might be running a little low. Samson. Do we have anything that might give him a little energy boost? Take this, man. You need it. Huh? Is that chocolate for me? Oh, those are the chocolates I wish I could just give them to you, Mr. Tangaroa. But the rules here don't exactly allow me to do so. Oh, that's a shame. But rules are rules, I suppose. Must be some way we can hand them to him. I hope Detective Bad is nothing the meaningful looks in his direction. Is noting the meaningful looks in his direction. Let me take a look at them. If they seem legit, I might consider passing them on to the suspect. Thank you, Detective Bad. My hero. I'm touched. Thank you, detective. Yeah, whatever. Just sit tight. Here. You don't know how much this means to me. Yeah, keep it down, will ya? For both of our sakes. Of course, detective. I wouldn't wish to put your livelihood at risk. Now to sample these treats. Detective, I apologize for putting you in a tight spot. I didn't do it for you. It was my call. Guess you're not such a bad guy after all. Oh, the sweetness. I feel like a man reborn. Were they your handiwork, Judy? Yes. How were they? Don't start going out and singing, bro. I am not. No, I am not singing. Y'all can sing this in your own time if you want. God, it looks so weird that his hair's white. Delicious. Thanks, Tangaroa. They're not exactly beautiful, but they're sweet and oh so flavorful. Thank you, Judy. I'm so glad you like them. And I'm glad you're back to your old self. My apologies, friends. The food they serve here is just so flavorless. Between that and the lack of sleep, I was about ready to collapse from sheer despair. Wow, is food here really all that bad? Just the usual, french fries, ham sandwich, stuff like that. Yes, and yeah, I couldn't taste a thing. Huh. Anyway, I'm heading back to the scene. Before you go, detective, do you have any new information to share? Oh yeah, you were right about the victim's identity. Frost worked as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Halik. Artie Frost was Paul Halik? I never would have imagined. Poor Mr. Halik. So the famous French sculptor was a Frenchman after all, huh? How's that paper, Fender? This all would certainly explain why Mr. Halik was such a recluse and refused to show his face in public. He was busy working on his greatest masterpiece, apparently, a bunch of Zodiac statues. Guess he'll never finish them now. He never finished his greatest masterpiece? Nah, seems he was making the statues for each season. But he never got around to the winter constellations. The winter constellations? You mean Taurus and Gemini? So the two he made out of the ice would have completed the set. Yeah, and now they're nothing but puddles. What a bummer. I'm so sorry. Oh, no, Miss Brown. I wasn't blaming you. One last thing. Seems he had himself a bit of a spending habit when it came to his work. Every statue cost him millions to make, which means he was always strapped for cash. We're checking to see if there's any chance someone called in a debt. I guess not even famous artists are safe from money problems. Do you have any idea why he entered the confectionery contest? None. Can't even tell his family. I see. Alright, I really gotta get going. I'll go fetch another guard. But I can't be hanging around here any longer. Understood, detective. We'll see you again shortly. He's a good man. He certainly is. An uncompromising one. Someone who could be trusted to stand up for what he believes in. And to scare the pants off anybody new he meets. Now, you were going to tell me about what you learned yesterday? Of course. I'm going to give you a full report. What happened, Nameless? What the fuck? Thank you for that, and allow me to apologize on Judy's behalf. I'm so sorry. It's fine, Mr. Tangaroa. As I told her yesterday, the important thing is that we learn the truth in the end. Now, would you mind if I ask you a question or two? By all means, I'll gladly share all that I can. Look at my badge! Dumbass dive meta on Overwatch? Overwatch, man. I commend you for sticking with that game, I won't lie. Fuck that game, word. Alright. Juno can go to hell. Alright. Fair enough. I haven't played since Juno came out, so... Look at my badge! Thank you for agreeing to represent me. The set of scales on my badge represents justice and fairness, Mr. Tangaroa. If you truly are innocent, justice will be served. We will see it to you that you get a fair trial. But until then, I'm going to need you to sit tight and trust me. How do you not like Gregory, bruh? I will, and I do. Thank you. What can you tell me about the contestants who took part in the final round of the contest? Let's see. There was Miss Scone. I loved her design concept. Unfortunately, her entry was in violation of the rules, and so I had to disqualify her. Mr. Gusto's creation were the perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up to the semi-final. But disappointingly, his entry to the final was subpar on both counts. And there was actually something a little unusual about his entry for the semi-finals as well. Which was... It tasted identical to Mr. Frost's. It may have looked different, but I could have sworn I was eating the same thing. Huh? What exactly did his work look like? Oh, there should be a photograph back in my mansion. I'll show it to you later, Mr. Edgeworth. Much appreciated, Miss Bound. But Mr. Frost's entry for the finals, that was truly sublime. So you were able to finish judging it? Even though his body had been discovered in the meantime? Yes, I wasn't aware of what had happened until after I completed my assessment. Mr. Frost was in his room when I visited, so I took the liberty of sampling it a bit. Part of the liar, I believe. I never tasted anything like it. It was like a dream. It was so moved that I burst into song. I'm sorry, but are you saying the liar tasted good? I'd like to hear more about that if you don't mind. Hey, Razzie, man, how you doing? How you doing, homie? Her speed boost helps tanks break through the speed threshold, especially Diva. Her ult heals 100% and damage boost 35%. It's just Juno, Lucio, and any tank. Damn. W Lucio, though, woo! He's still in the meta. My man. You're quite sure it was the liar you tasted when you sampled Mr. Frost's work? I'm certain of it. It was part of the Gemini sculpture, which was the only sculpture in that display case. Mr. Tangaroa, would you mind taking a look at this photograph for me? So the part you tried was the liar? The one shown here without any strings? Oh, there were strings originally. That was the part I ate. So the strings were missing because Mr. Tangaroa ate them all? And he enjoyed them? Miss Scone told us she ate a part of the liar as well. But she said it was far too salty for her to finish. Then it's true. The truth is, I've suspected for a while that there might be something wrong with my sense of taste. Something wrong? How so exactly? There's a taste disorder characterized by an inability to detect salty flavors. And I suspect I've been suffering from it. I eat so many sweet foods on a daily basis that it took a while for me to even notice. But there's no denying it now. That would explain why the food here seemed so bland to him. What? But your taste buds are your livelihood. Even if there were some long-term treatment options, I highly doubt a total cure for your condition exists. Tired, but we chillin'. Yourself? Same. Chillin'. Enjoying me some Ace Attorney, dog. Getting to play as Miles' dad while he was still alive, bro, brings a tear to my eye. Nugget! Hi, hello. How are ya? Hold on, I gotta stretch for a second. I've been talking non-stop for like almost 2 hours here. Oof. Hi, hello, how are you, Nugget? You doing good? Same old shit, different day. Nevertheless, you should put in a request to the police for a proper evaluation. Oh, that won't be necessary. I have a recipe for a cure back in my mansion. You do? I do. You can take a look at it for yourself if you like. Samson, we can't show that recipe to just anybody. Judy, Mr. Edgeworth is hardly just anybody. He's my attorney, and I have no secrets from him. Yes, you're right, of course. If that is what you wish. You, Judy, are so sus. You're so sus. I got food. What kind of food? And are we sharing, or what on earth is this secret recipe for a miracle cure they've been hiding? Well, I suppose you should be getting back. All right, we'll be right behind you. Judy? Yes, Samson? There's more to life than just me. Please, Judy, think about the life you want to live. Because I won't always be around. Don't say that. Without you, I don't have a life to live. So I'll be waiting right there at the mansion until you come home. Now, if you'll excuse me. Freddy's? I can share my fries. Freddy's? What the fuck is Freddy's? Freddy Fazbear's? Wait, Miss Bound. Judy. I'll take some fries. Whoa, she seemed really upset. I thought I saw a tear in her eyes. Why'd you even say all that to her? Because I worry about her. She can't keep putting my needs ahead of her own. What do you mean? The Halit collection, the candy making. It's all because she thinks these things will make me happy. She never thinks about what she wants, what she likes. I just want her to be her own person to choose her own destiny. The last thing I want for her is to miss out on all that life has to offer because of me. I guess that makes sense. He really does see her as his own child. What parent wouldn't want their child to walk their own path? And what parent wouldn't do everything they could to protect them? Greg, stop, bro. All this inner monologue of him and Edgeworth, bro, is gonna make me so sad. Just another burger place. Sounds good, though. I know exactly how he feels in this moment. Yo, Greg, stop, bro. I think I've asked you everything I can for now, Mr. Tangaroa. We should be getting back to the scene of the crime. Oh, you're leaving? I see. I suppose I'll be going back to the interrogation room for another session. Yes. We'll have to do something about that. You'll speak to the police for me? That too. But I'll be putting something else in place as well. An ace up our sleeve for when the time comes. Look forward to learning more. I'm counting on you, Mr. Edgeworth. We'll be back to brief you, Mr. Tangaroa, every day. And Judy, too. Thank you, Eddie. I'll look forward to it. Mr. Tangaroa, your interrogator will do everything in his power to extract a confession from you. I hate to see an innocent man suffer like this. But please, you have to do everything you can to hold out. If you can, Mr. Von Karma will use that confession against you for as long as this case lasts. And it will make it that much harder for me to save you. I understand, and I'll try. I won't give up until you're out of there, Mr. Tangaroa. You have my word on that. It is. I don't complain. I was gonna say, because you're not from the U.S. I forget that every now and again. So. Wait, did you speak to Eddie the first time you investigated Delica's room? I think so. Why? Was there like some special dialogue? I think I did. I think so. Detective Ballard, thank you again for what you did earlier. Yeah, thanks a ton. Aw, he did the same thing. What are you talking about? There's no need to be shy about it. Never mind that now. I'm guessing you two are back here, looking to investigate some more? We are indeed. We'll need something solid if we want to save Mr. Tangaroa. Well, I hate to break it to you, but apart from this room, the whole place is on lockdown. What? But we need to see the other rooms. This is Mr. Verkarma's doing, I presume? Who else? Haven't seen the autopsy report yet either. This guy's probably got a hand in that, too. Don't expect to speak with anybody, except us cops and Miss Bound. Oh, yes, I did see that. When Greg said I shudder at the thought of such a man raising my child. Yes, I did see that, bro. That broke my heart. Oh, that broke my heart. When he said he would hate to see if Von Karma raised his child. Oh, that broke my heart. I wish he said that out loud to Eddie, man. Ugh. Everybody else is gone. I doubt Von Karma will be handing out phone numbers. Is this all just a game to him? Why did he have to go so far? So what's your plan of action, detective? Same as before. Do what I can to help you uncover the truth, like I promised. You have my gratitude. Just you wait, Mr. Von Karma. We're gonna beat you in your bag of dirty tricks. Detective, may we conduct a brief investigation of the area? Sure. But like I said, everywhere else is off bounds. You probably won't be seeing those rooms again. That's fine. As long as there's at least some way of continuing our investigation, we'll make do. Ugh, that really did. That hurt me, Doug. Ugh. Fuck you, Von Karma. Fuck you. Do 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 do. This is quite the trophy. Award to Tongaroa. First place. International Confectioners Association Annual Spectacular. Made of candy. I guess it wasn't meant to last forever. Makes sense. Prizes, fame, none of it lasts forever, right? I doubt it's anything quite that deep. That's the door to Gusto's room. I guess the candy reindeer is meant to show the way. Big antlers like that? Must be a bull. I think not. Male reindeer shed their antlers in winter. Therefore, this must be a female. Thanks, Mr. Trivia. Tarnies. They don't teach you about reindeer at law school, detective. Where does this elevator go? The second floor. Tongaroa and Bound live up there. Sounds like they live a pretty charmed life. Tea parties, candy baking, that kind of thing. They even have a garden. Must be nice on a sunny day. That does sound nice. Perhaps they'll invite us when all this is over. You come, wouldn't you, detective? Don't get ahead of yourself now. I'm not in the habit of palling around with attorneys. These trophies all belong to Mr. Tongaroa. They're not up for confectionery contests. Some appear to be for charity work. A testament to both his character and his professional achievements. What's this one here? In recognition of Bacon Bop's long-standing achievement in making children's dreams come true. That's so sweet, it's got me wanting to watch it. Scone's room is through there. It's marked by a snowman. Candy snowman by the looks of it. Oh yeah? Well, I'll be. He's really sizing it up. He isn't thinking of making it into his next lollipop, is he? It's a Christmas tree made from candy. These candy statues have everybody on edge. The ants get in here. That's our scene ruined. Yes, it would be pretty disastrous, I suppose. Bam, bam, bam. Authorized personnel only beyond this point, I'm afraid. Meaning what? I'm not authorized? Sorry, sir, no authorized personnel either. So nobody's allowed in? Let me guess, Von Karma's orders? Guy's really starting to grind my gears. Can I look at the Santa? I was about to say. A Santa Claus statue. Is this made out of candy too? That door leads to Tongaroa's room. So yeah, could he be made that thing too? Could be he made that thing too. Speaking of Santa, that reminds me, I need to find a present for Miles. It's Christmas, Greg! What are you talking about, find a present? Today's Christmas! That's crazy. It's Christmas and Miles is home alone right now, Doug. You want an attorney's badge? I wonder if Mr. Tongaroa would make one out of candy for me if I asked. Oh. Oh, I hate this. I hate this, Doug. I hate this. 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 I hate it! It seems these instruments are used on Mr. Tongaroa and Miss Bound's TV show, Bacon Bop. There's some of the few things in here that aren't made of candy. Is it just me, or does the detective seem a little disappointed? There's a drum set here decorated to look as if it were made out of candies. Cakes. They must play it on Bacon Bop. Detective, about these drums. We already checked. There's nothing inside any of them. And no sign of anything having been put inside or taken out either. They're not relevant to the case. You've already done your homework, I see. I may like lollipops a little too much. But I'm no sucker. liar here. And some maracas designed to look like ice cream cones. They're so well made that it's hard to tell what's candy and what's not by just looking. I'd reach out and touch them, but I'd be disturbing the crime scene. Hands off! I already checked them out. They're real. Check them out how exactly? Did you manhandle a vital evidence, detective? I didn't touch them. Not with my hands, at least. Did he? Never mind. I don't want to picture it. Excuse me, may I ask what you're investigating? Sir, I'm analyzing the fountain water to see what might be in it, sir. And? What'd you find? Chocolate. And what makes it look like some kind of flavoring and coloring is used in frozen desserts, sir? The composition of the chocolate seems to be the same as the Mr. Tangaroa's work. And the flavors and colorings match the profile of those used in Mr. Frott's ice sculptures. Those little rivers flow from all four artists' rooms right here to this fountain. Guess that's how the stuff made from the melted sculptures wound up in there. That's not all, sir. We also found blood. What? Why is there blood in the water? Think back to our investigation of the murder scene, detective. Take another look at the scene in front of us. Detective? Oh, never mind. You've already seen this. Bing, bing, bing. The victim's blood was mysteriously absent, as was the part of the chocolate chest that had pool on. I believe that the blood probably belonged to...
Take that!
The victim, huh? I'll have the guy compare it with the blood on the murder weapon. What the fuck? It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Frost. Why would someone want to send the victim's blood downstream and into the fountain like this? Statues on the fountain depict cherubs enjoying some chocolate fondue. Colleague's work, apparently. Gotta hand it to him. They look so real. Detective, are you saying you haven't personally seen cherubs before? Tss, turkeys. Always poking holes in people's words. What? Did I do something wrong? Alright, let me talk to Fender first, and then I'll talk to the detective. And then I'll talk to Bound. I think Bound's the one we need to talk to, but I'll talk to her last. Moment of your time, Eddie. Sure thing, Mr. E. What's up? Oh, they even got his theme here. Do you have any thoughts on the case? Oh, you bet I do. Mr. Tangaroa's amazing display behind being used to store the body. Miss Scullen's beautiful dreamscape being used to store the murder weapon. We're really seeing some beautiful things being used for ugly purposes on this case, huh? I suppose we are. To make things worse, Miss Bound seems super down. When I asked if you had any thoughts on the case, I was thinking more about useful insights. Oh, sorry, Mr. E. Did I do something wrong? I worry about you sometimes, Eddie. How are you liking your first crime scene investigation, Eddie? Oh, it's great. I've been taking notes about everything, and I'm learning so much. I'm so happy you let me tag along, Mr. Edgeworth. So you want to be an attorney, huh? You bet I do. I'd give anything to be a hero of justice, to help the helpless and fight for what's right. The first time I saw Mr. E do his thing in court, I knew I found my calling. You know, cops look out for people, too. Sure, but I want to be an attorney. Well, good luck to you. I get the feeling Detective Bad might be pinning for an apprentice of his own. You got Gumshoe, you'll be fine. You get Gumshoe later on. This looks like a vital piece of evidence. Let me just take a note. I was hoping you might have an opinion to offer. Sorry, Mr. E. It's going to take me a while to digest this. Both he and his notes still have a long ways to go, I suppose. I love the hand gesture Greg does. I don't know why. I just love it. All right. A real attorney's badge. I have one of my own one day. Just you wait and see. But just remember that the scales represent justice and fairness. It's not enough to simply wear the badge. job is to prove yourself worthy of wearing it. Yes, sir. I should make sure to set a worthy example. Okay. Alright, detective. What is it? Any thoughts on the case, detective? Officially, as a cop, my thoughts are Von Karma's right about everything. But, as myself, I'm not happy. You need to investigate more, here and elsewhere. I'll put a word in for you, with forensics. Ask the guy whatever you want. Much appreciated. I am in your debt, Detective Bad. I didn't do it for you. I did it for the investigation. Alright, talk to him. Alright. I want to talk to Miss Bound, but I got to use the bathroom real quick. I haven't gone up to use the bathroom yet, bro. That's like a new record. Alright, I'll be right back. Let me use the bathroom real quick. Alright, I'm back. I saw the most dastardly thing while I was on my phone on the Twitch app, dog. Bro, it might be time to make the full switch to YouTube. I was looking, bro, and I got a notification pop up. And it was like, the sub, it was for like a renewed sub. And it's like, on November 1st, your sub will be renewed to a new price. I'm like, okay. It's going from $5.99 to $7. It's going from $6 to $8 for a tier 1 sub? Man, what are we doing? What are we doing? Twitch, what is going on? Why are we up in tier 1s even more? Oh my god. I almost had a heart attack. Why, like, you went from 5 to 6 to 8. $8 in November? I'm gonna say it might be time to make a full change to YouTube, dog, because no way, dog, no way. That's ridiculous. Most people can't afford the 5, let alone 8. And if you have multiple subs, say goodbye to your money. Holy smokes. This is ridiculous, right, Stanley? God, this is insane. This is ludicrous. All right, back to the game. Miss Bound, we're here to continue our investigation. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm so sorry about earlier. She's still looking kind of down in the dumps, Mr. E. She must have been greatly taken aback by what Mr. Tongaroa had to say. I found the photograph of the semi-final entries for you. Here, it's all yours. Ooh. Wow, Miss Scullen sure knows how to make a cute cake. Wow, those look cool, actually. Are you sure they made them? Yes, Samson loved her design for that one. He loved the designs and flavors of Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost entries, too. The only problem was, as Samson mentioned earlier, they tasted exactly the same. However, their respective entries for the final tasted nothing like, it seems. Was there anything else noted that changed between the semi-final and the final? Nothing major, but I guess there was one thing. Mr. Gusto's son was always here with him throughout the contest, but he was nowhere to be seen during the final. Why would his son come and hang out at a contest venue of all places? You sure you're happy for us to keep hold of these? Of course. I hope it helps with your investigation. Oh, I also have the book containing the recipe for the cure Samson mentioned. We've seen this book before. It was in the chocolate frame in Tongaroa's room. That's right. Put it on display there so that everybody could see the grand prize. What? The cure is in the ultimate cookbook. So it's not a book of dessert recipes, I take it? Oh no, we told the contestants, of course. But I guess nobody told you yet. So the contestants all knew what the ultimate cookbook was this whole time. Huh. Interesting. I'd like to hear more about the cookbook if you don't mind, Miss Bound. So if I understand correctly, the ultimate cookbook is actually a collection of recipes for different medicines? Exactly, or rather totally new medications that haven't been made into the market yet, to be precise. To the right buyer, a pharmaceutical company, for example, it would be worth a fortune. But why make that the grand prize at a confectionery contest? Mr. Tongaroa is the sole heir to the Tongaroa family fortune. Perhaps you've heard of the Tongaroa group? The Tongaroa group? Yeah, I think I heard of them somewhere before. It's a major pharmaceutical corporation. It sells all kinds of pills and poisons. Oh yeah, that new Cold Killer Pro has been making some real waves since it went on sale. Cold Killer, oh my god, that's what Phoenix used. I always reach for a Cold Killer when I'm feeling under the weather. Which is never, as far as I see. I'd like to hear more about the Tongaroa group if you don't mind. So did Mr. Tongaroa not want to take over his parents and go into the family business? No. He preferred the idea of making people's lives better through the power of confectionery. And his parents supported him in his quest to become the best in the world. Then when they passed away, he inherited the cookbook. Why would he make such a valuable heirloom a mere contest prize? He's been hounded by so many people looking to make that book their own. He was so tired of it. But it would have been an insult to his parents' memory simply to give it away. So he decided to find somebody he felt was worthy of it. I'll bet the board of directors loved that. handing over the fruits of all their expensive research to someone else. They hated the idea, of course, which is why Delica entered the contest. The Tangaroa group wanted her to win the book back for them. So you knew she was a pharmacist all along? Yes, and not only that, I told her how to appeal Samson's taste. I tried to help her win. But why? I wanted to protect Samson by protecting the Tangaroa group. If that cookbook fell into another company's hands, the board would never forgive him. So I wanted to find a way to keep it with the company, but in a way that Samson couldn't object to. So that's how Miss Scone managed to make it so far in a contest she had no business taking part in. But Miss Scone wasn't the only one pretending, was she? Mr. Frost wasn't really a confectioner either. And he has still made it all the way to the final, just like she did. Not bad. Yes, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Such a talented sculptor and a gifted crafter of desserts, too. Gifted indeed, judging by the standard of his work of the final. But how did one man produce pieces of that size quality in such a short period of time? I'm not sure I have much more to tell you. Or if there's anything I can help you with, I'd be happy to, of course. She's certainly very keen to ensure that she does all she can for Mr. Tangaroa. I could certainly use a cup of the tea you made us yesterday if you wouldn't mind. I think that might help move the investigation along nicely. Oh, I'll have some too. Your tea is to die for, Miss Bound. Well, how could I possibly refuse? I'll bring it right out. You know, I think that cheered her up a little. You've learned a little more about the contest participants, but there's still one question involving Mr. Gusto for which we never got an answer. Objection! What was he doing in Mr. Frost's room? That's not all. I also have questions about the work he submitted for the semifinals. A confectioner who admits to lack a design sense in a sculpture with it in spades. Mr. Gusto could not have hoped to win such a high-level contest by himself. Which is why I'm beginning to wonder if there was some sort of connection between him and Mr. Frost. Detective? I need to ask Mr. Gusto a few more questions. His story still doesn't quite add up for me. Me neither. We need to figure out how to get in touch with him. Oh, do you now? You're not scary, Von Karma. Good luck with that, because I have no intention of allowing it. Mr. Von Karma? I'm already in the midst of my own investigation in Augusta, so there was no need for the likes of you to pester him with the same questions again. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I will, however, be happy to answer any questions you might have. He seems dead set on preventing me from talking to Mr. Gusto, in which case... Fine, then allow me to take you up on your offer. Very well. What is it? I'd like you to tell me about the connection between Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost. The connection between Gusto and Frost? It was a simple matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part in the same contest. Wow. And that's all? That's all I have to say to you. What? But that doesn't help at all. We'll have to confront him with evidence if we want to draw the truth out of him. And it's imperative that we do. He's clearly hiding something. Wow, Von Karma. Aren't you just like a ray of sunshine, huh? Absolutely useless.
Objection!
Wonder if you could look at the two confections in the foreground for me, Mr. Von Karma. They were made for the contest's semifinals. Both are quite exquisitely crafted, wouldn't you agree? Get to the point. As the nameplate suggests, these were Mr. Gusto and Mr. Frost's entries. Mr. Gusto told us that confectionery design was far from his strong suit. And yet his work in this picture is just as good as Mr. Frost's, exactly as good as fact. We've learned from another witness that their two entries also tasted exactly the same.
Objection!
What are you suggesting? Oh yeah. I'm suggesting that they were helping one another out. Let's take a closer look, shall we? While at first glance, the two may appear to be superficially different, it soon became apparent that there are significant similarities on how they were put together. They're made of the same ingredients, taste the same, and share a similar design aesthetic. This picture is proof positive that those two were working together. If you figured that much out, I suppose there's little point in denying it. Mr. Von Karma knew all along that they were cooperating? But I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be to your advantage. Let me confirm what you see so it seems so desperate to prove. Gusto and Frost were indeed working together. Gusto spelled out the details of his relationship to Frost during his questioning last night. Boom. It seems they were helping one another right up until the day before the final. So, you knew that the two were cooperating. Mr. Von Karma, why are you trying to bury the truth?
Objection!
Please, enough with the petty slander. I'm really wanting to avoid you poking your nose around before I can provide proper context in court. It simply slipped my mind to explain that to you. Doesn't explain why he's being so slippery with the facts, though. I need to figure out what it is he's hiding. I can't let things end like this.
Hold it!
But why were they cooperating? Gusto's sense of design is subpar. Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Neither of them stood a chance of making it through the contest alone. I don't know why I did his voice for him. So what was their endgame? Why cooperate only until the day before the finals? Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the final on his own merits. His one and only goal really was to be crowned the world's best confectioner. And his pride would not allow him to do so with the help of another. Cheaters can only win hollow victories, I guess. I was under the impression that the collaboration had only lasted through the semifinals. But I'm starting to think it might have lasted up until through the final itself. Mr. Von Karma, I'd like to ask you some more about how long they worked together for, if you don't mind. If you must. Hold it! Before you ask, I'm not objecting to your characterization of Mr. Gusto's design sense. Yeah, he made it himself. He isn't all that great. He made what he alleged to be a likeness of me. Just thinking of the abomination he came out with turns my stomach. Yeah, I kind of like the guy's work. An artistically rich amateur and artistically impoverished professional. In a way, it was inevitable that they would wind up working together. Try to compete on their own merits.
Objection!
There we go. Yeah, tie up that tie. They weren't working together during the finals? I find that a little hard to believe. Miss Scone is on record as having described Mr. Frost's creations as scrumptious. And while he was certainly skilled, I doubt even he could have become a world-class confectioner overnight. It seems far more likely to me that he and Mr. Gusto were still cooperating during the finals.
Objection!
How many times must I explain this to you? Assertions require proof, and one person's entirely subjective statement is not proof of anything. Besides, even amateurs can occasionally make delicious food. Perhaps Frost was simply lucky. My wife, for example, is an amateur whose cooking puts first-class chefs to shame. You have a wife? How is that not an entirely subjective statement? Furthermore, you are ignoring another crucial part of the pharmacist's testimony. Namely that she has also described some of Frost's work as having been unbearably salty. In other words, the evidence actually shows that the Frost failed to produce the perfect confectionery. Tisk, tisk, tisk. No more objections, I take it. There must be some way I can prove that Gusto and Frost were still collaborating. Mr. E? There's something that's been out of my mind. Yes? What is it, Eddie? Mr. Frost's entry for the finals. Wouldn't that taken a while to make? I would imagine so. Making flavored water, freezing it all, and then carving 2 whole sculptures? Could he really have done all that and helped Mr. Gusto with his work? If it was me, I'd have barely gone as far as sending the flavored water up the freeze part. I just can't see how Mr. Frost could have pulled it off. Perhaps there's some lawyerly instinct in you after all, Eddie. Your pondering certainly points to another possibility. Eddie's right. Mr. Frost would have needed to freeze his own large blocks of flavored ice to create his art. And there wouldn't have been time to do that during the contest itself. So what must Mr. Frost have done in order to finish his flavory ice entry within the time limit? I rage quit because DBD rubber banding is unplayable. Oh yeah. It's like the worst. Whenever DBD lags, it's the worst. It's like the worst game to play. I don't blame you. He must have made the flavored ice the day before. Then all he would have to do is sculpt it. What are you muttering about now? Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized something, that's all. I realized that you're correct. What? Mr. E? I hope you know what you're doing. Oh, accepting defeat at last, are we? The only thing I'm accepting is that perhaps one of the things you said was true. They were helping one another right up until the day before the final. Just as you said, the day before the final really did mark the end of their collaboration. Oh shit! Get him, Greg! Mr. Frost's entry was carved entirely from blocks of flavored ice. Ice which would have needed at least a day to freeze. Whose flavor would therefore have already been prepared by Mr. Gusto. Yes, which lines up perfectly with what Gusto told me, that he helped Frost until the day before the final. In that case, why didn't Mr. Frost reciprocate and help Mr. Gusto in return?
Objection.
I can hardly be expected to read the minds of the dead.
Objection.
Perhaps not, but I imagine Mr. Gusto could tell us, so why don't you let us speak with him? Or do you still insist your interrogation was as thorough as you claim? How dare you call my methods into question? That's not my intention. I just don't understand why you would obstruct a perfectly valid line of inquiry. Give me one good reason as to why you're keeping Mr. Gusto from me. Get him, Greg! One good reason? Certain. The how and why of Mr. Frost and Gusto's collaboration have absolutely no bearing on this case.
Objection!
How can you possibly say that with any certainty? And if their relationship had broken down for some reason, that could very well have been the motive behind this murder.
Objection!
Could it indeed? Why did Gusto himself tell me all about it? Why did the man you seem so keen on accusing share the details of his collaboration with the prosecution? Please tell me you have some proof to back up your preposterous suspicions this time. Mr. Gusto only acted suspiciously one time that we know of. I imagine Mr. Von Karma is aware of exactly what that suspicion action was. Which means, this is probably a trap. Well, cat got your tongue? And even if this is a trap, I can't back down now. Mr. Gusto stuck into Mr. Frost's room, and we still don't know why. The fact alone is enough to suspect him. Tisk, tisk, tisk. If that's your only concern, then allow me to clear it up for you. I knew it. It was a trap. I'll savor this for the trial, but consider it a taste of things to come. Plus, I hate for the proceedings to drag on because of your needless interjections. Here, take a look at this. Aww. That's Gusto and Frost and their sons. Aww. Family photo. Gusto snuck into Frost's room in order to retrieve this photograph. But why? It seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Gusto was concerned of the fact that Mr. Frost and his acquaintance might place him under undue suspicion. A concern that you have just proved was entirely well-founded. Gusto's actions make perfect sense, and you have given me no reason to believe otherwise. God damn it! He's never going to let me talk to Mr. Gusto. Now, if you are quite done obstructing my investigation, I have things to be getting on with. That smug, self-righteous jerk. I'll give him something to be getting on with. What do we do, Mr. E? Tangaroa's finished if we can't figure something out. Things to be getting on with. What exactly could those things be? He has a body, a murder weapon, and a suspect in custody. The prosecution needs to pursue Mr. Tangaroa. Surely they have all they need. So why is Mr. Von Karma still investigating the scene of the crime? Something on your mind, Mr. E? We're missing something. Something important. Mr. Von Karma has everything he needs to proceed with the prosecution of Mr. Tangaroa. But yet, he still doesn't seem entirely confident of his case. If he was, why refuse to share information with Detective Bad? In addition, we still haven't solved the mystery of what happened to the evidence that went missing. Take another look at the scene. Okay. We've seen this before. Moving on. Missing victim's blood. Evidence that turned up in Mr. Tangaroa's room, but in a most unusual place. So no traces of Mr. Frost's blood left in Mr. Tangaroa's room. Yeah, we found some in the fountain instead. Why? 24 hours post-murder and there's still no autopsy report? Boo. Really thought I had something. Mr. Frost's blood went missing from the crime scene. But traces of it showed up in the fountain. Why go to the trouble of removing the blood from the scene after the body had been discovered? And why only the blood? Surely the blood would have been in the way. Wait, could someone have moved the body aside to get the blood? So the body might have been moved aside, or even removed from the scene of the crime entirely. After all, as far as we know, there's still no autopsy report. And that was the body came up after 18 years? Yo, what? I've learned plenty about the murder weapon as the suspect, but very little about the body itself. Our assumption thus far must be that the body had been recovered by the forensics team. What if that assumption is false? What if Mr. Von Karma wouldn't show Detective Bad the autopsy report outside something other than spite? What if we've been thinking about this the wrong way around all along? What? Because there's been no autopsy report, so that means the body's missing. And I don't know if you were here for, or if you were paying attention, Gorilla, but when we were playing as Edgeworth before this, the body reappeared in the fountain. 18 years later. The question is, why did Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body? Did Mr. Von Karma even have any information about the body in the first place? How do things look from that angle? Perhaps the body had been removed by the police in order to carry out an autopsy. Perhaps it had already been removed and hidden away by the culprit before their arrival. Mr. E? You've both heard the rumors about Mr. Von Karma's questionable methods. Fabricated witness statements, shady deals, forged evidence even. Sure, everybody's heard of that stuff, but what's that got to do with us right now? I would never judge a person on the basis of rumors alone. Even Mr. Von Karma, I try my best not to let my preconceptions color our interactions with him. Nonetheless, it appears it may indeed be willing to twist the truth to his own end. To twist the truth? You mean, he's been playing dirty? I fear it might have been, and still is. I'm not about to let him get away with it. I'm returning to the prosecutor's office. Don't breathe a word about anything to that infernal attorney. Yes, sir.
Hold it.
Hold it. Yes, what is it now? I have a few questions, Mr. Von Karma, about a certain fact that you've been keeping from us. Really? You mean to call the methods of an officially sanctioned investigation into question yet again? I'm warning you, if you obstruct the police in their work any further, there will be consequences.
Objection.
It's not the police I have an issue with, Mr. Von Karma, it's you. It's you. What? Isn't it on the prosecution to work out who the real culprit of the crime is? What foolishness is this? I had no intention of debating what the prosecution's role is or not with the likes of you. But let me make one thing clear. My job is to identify suspects and ensure that every last one of them is convicted at all costs. Believe me when I say I leave absolutely no room for doubt when I present my perfect, unassailable case.
Objection.
Now, how far would you go for your perfect cases? Would you create facts out of whole cloth, perhaps? Huh, I thought you had outdone yourself already. But now you intend to accuse me of fabricating evidence? I do. Because it is why you've done nothing but hinder Detective Bad from doing his job at every turn. What are you talking about? You didn't shut him out of the investigation because you wanted him to keep an eye on us. You did it to stop him from finding out that you don't have the body. What? He doesn't have the body?
Objection.
Ridiculous. You're clutching at straws. I will tolerate no more of your preposterous slander. Then allow us to examine it. Prove me wrong if you can. I'm afraid you have to try a little harder than that. I am under no obligation whatsoever to prove your baseless accusations one way or another.
Objection.
As you must see for yourself, a piece of bloody chocolate is missing from the scene of the crime. Why did it disappear? And where did it go? What does it matter? Some blood went missing from the chest where the body was found. So what? So what indeed? That's precisely my question. The body was still at the scene when the police got here. By removing the blood would accomplish nothing. However, let us suppose for a moment the body was not. If someone had wanted to erase any trace of what had happened in that room, then it all makes perfect sense. I fucking love this song.
Objection.
And Von Karma ruined it. Fucker. What is the petty obsession with the blood stain? But since it's so important to you, why don't you tell me where you believe it went? Of course. After all, evidence is everything, as you never tire of telling us. I believe this should back up my theory quite nicely. What evidence do I have that shows where the blood from Mr. Tangaroa's room went? How do I show the pool?
Take that.
There it is. Traces of the victim's blood were found in the fountain, along with the traces of chocolate from Mr. Tangaropa's room. I believe the missing piece of blood-stained chocolate was dumped into the stream that flows to the fountain. This strongly points towards one certain fact. Someone purposely disposed of the blood after the body had been removed from the chest. Mr. Von Karma, where did you find the body? You didn't find it, did you? Answer me! You. Where did you get your hands on that kind of evidence? You have neither the authority nor the means to carry out that kind of analysis on the fountain water. No, but I do. Curse you, Bad. You've been a thorn in my side from the moment you were assigned. Well, no longer. As of now, you're officially off the case. I was barely on it in the first place. Mr. Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Will you admit it? Will you confirm that no body was ever recovered? Tisk, tisk, tisk. It's really quite the claim, you know. And for one you wish you'll never find any proof for, I'm afraid. What must I do to get an answer out of him? Now, if you don't mind, I have given you quite enough of my precious time already. I look forward to destroying you in court, Gregory Edgeworth. Your precious logic and theories won't save you then. Nothing will. Damn. Mark my words, Mr. Von Karma, your methods will be your undoing. No matter how you try to hide the truth, I'll bring it all to the light in the end. Damn. What a bastard, dog. Wait, where's he going? That's up to the second floor. Wait, that's up to the second floor. Where is he going? Forgive me, detective. I didn't mean to put you in a difficult position. Don't sweat it. It was always going to end this way. Honestly, nobody's ever sidelined me the way he did before. First time for everything, huh? You know, I think you might be right about the body being missing. I am. I'll prove it in court. Well, if there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Since you know, I'm off the case now. That's very kind, and I'm sorry to keep asking favors of you, Detective Dad, but there is one more thing. Oh shit, he's whispering something. Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Come on, let me in on the secret. Alright, Eddie. The detective and I were just arranging a little insurance for the trial. I think we have enough to see Mr. Tangaroa acquitted. But I prefer to have an ace in the hole, just in case. And? What is it? You'll find out in the courtroom. Wait, what? You're letting me join you? Of course I am. You are my assistant after all. I'll be more than that by next year. I'll be a full-fledged attorney, you know. We could take on Mr. Von Karma together. Indeed. Though, I'm hoping we will have free Mr. Tangaroa by then. But if we're up against Mr. Von Karma, I guess we can't rule out the possibility that this might take some time. Right, but we'll do whatever we can in the meantime. I know you can beat Mr. Von Karma, Mr. E. I believe in you. Oh, this is so... this is so hard. This is so hard, bro. Just knowing what happens, bro. I think this was the case he was fighting in the courtroom that day, bro, and then he got killed. Oh, by Von Karma of all people, dog. Oh my god, I hate everything. Blech. He'll be a full-fledged streamer. Yeah, if only, you know? If only. We can't allow Mr. Tangaroa to remain in prison for a crime he didn't commit. And we won't. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies if it's the last thing I do. Oh. Is that it for Greg? No. Damn it. I need more Gregory, damn it. Ugh, that is a hard pill to swallow. Back to the present. And that's pretty much how things went down. Those are the facts at IS-7 as far as I'm concerned. Finally learned the truth about my father's last case. Are we gonna DVD on Halloween? I know you got your Persona. Probably. Unless I could think of a spooky game to play, but if anything, yeah, maybe I'll DVD on Halloween. I don't think anything's coming out around there. I'm finally learning the truth about my father's last case. So what happened at the trial? Well, we lost. Von Karma did a real number on us. Really? You couldn't prove that Mr. Tangaroa was innocent? Oh, we can prove it all right. Had a little decent pile of evidence in our favor. Problem was, we underestimated Von Karma. He fought even dirtier than we feared. I can imagine. Secure a conviction at all costs. That was always his guiding principle. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Anywho, the trial dragged on, and the whole thing took about a year in the end. I'll never forget the day the verdict came down. December 28th, that following year. Damn. It's April now. So, ooh mama, we're talking over 17 years ago. Time sure does fly, huh? December 28th. I was there that day 17 years ago, sitting in the courtroom gallery. Here we have to live through this again. Just before the trial got started, Gregory noticed that Samson was looking even worse than usual. Turns out the poor guy had finally reached his limit. It was so bad, he even said he wanted to be found guilty. What the fuck did they do to this guy? Wait, you mean they forced a confession out of him? Yeah, Von Karma got what he'd been pushing for from the very beginning. Oh, that's so annoying. I don't really like Kill Your Friends. I like getting blood points. Kill Your Friends is eh. And when Gregory tried to drop the bombshell about there being no body to speak of, he learned that Von Karma had used the power of the police to head him off at the pass. He even had himself a fake autopsy report. But that wasn't the end of it. Fake autopsy report. Von Karma had gotten Samson to falsely testify against himself being an accessory to murder in court. Combined with his confession, the poor guy's goose was well and truly cooked. But Gregory still had his ace in the hole, though. Same ace he asked Detective Bad to help him with? Exactamundo. He knew he needed one last card to play if they'd squeeze a confession out of Samson. So he had Bad record all of Samson's interrogations. I guess Detective Bad really wanted to know the truth too, huh? We all did, but he was a trooper. Stayed with the case even after Von Karma took him off it. He was tied up in some other big case too. Good old Bad. They don't make him like that anymore. Aww. This is so sad. Anyway, Gregory presented with the recordings as proof that Samson's confessions were coerced. And you know what? It almost worked. A cop named Ian Simon got fired. Samson's interrogator and the initial detective before Bad. He took the fall for pretty much the whole thing. But Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. In fact, he was disciplined by the chief prosecutor. For the one and only time in his 40-year career. Still, Samson himself couldn't stomach another day in court. So when that guilty verdict came down, it didn't just signal the end of that day, but the whole sad affair. I don't remember a lot myself, but my father's face when they declared Mr. Tongaroa guilty. I was a young child at the time, but even I could tell he was hurting much. He was hurting inside. Gregory wanted to appeal the ruling, of course. He would have done anything to clear Samson's name. But then, well, you know what happened next. Poor guy. He never got the chance. Oh, God, bro. This hurts a lot more now. Playing this game, this hurts a lot more. I should have left with him that day. I'll always blame myself for not doing that. Jesus. But I shoved that aside and obsessed over something else instead. Or rather, someone else. I hated what you did. Hated you for choosing to stick with Von Karma. Aww. I hope you can forgive me. No. You had every right to hate me. I went on to become a prosecutor as planned. And that's when Mr. Von Karma showed me this case file. According to these records, Mr. Tongaroa was convicted as the main culprit of Mr. Frost's murder. Nope. That's not right. According to these records, Mr. Tongaroa was convicted as the main culprit of Mr. Frost's murder. What? What do you mean that's not right? I just want to play killer with friends. That's why I like 2v8. Yeah, it was fun, but it's just the cues were so bad. Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder. Strange. The file clearly states that he was the perpetrator. Plus, I'm fairly certain that all of Mr. Von Karma's cases were successfully solved. Mind if I take a peek at those? This file's been doctored. The part about the verdict has been changed. What? Here, feast your peepers on this. Suspect data. Samson Tongaroa organized a confectionery contest. Victim's body was found inside of one of his creations, leading to his arrest. While in detention, Tongaroa discovered that he had a taste disorder, which was subsequently cured via medication. Verdict: convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. Convicted as an accomplice? That's a copy of the file they have on record at the courthouse. And why is my copy so different? Well, you said it came from Von Karma, yeah? I guess he didn't want Gregory's son thinking there was a murderer out there still at large. Didn't want you looking into it again before the statute of limitations was up. So everything I believed about the case was a lie. Like they say, we all gotta start somewhere. What's important is you know what's what now. The statute of limitations may have run out, but But the truth's still out there, you know. I inherited Samson's case when your old man passed. Prosecution handed it off to somebody else, too. The great Von Karma wasn't going to bother facing against a rookie like me, was he? Anyway, long story short, the killer was never found. And Samson was found guilty instead. That's terrible! Is there really nothing we can do to help him? Now without the real perp, I'm afraid. Until then, his confession stands. Speaking of which, I didn't find out until after the verdict had been handed down, but Von Karma had threatened Samson and made him a deal. Told him if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead. How could he? Samson knew there was no way Judy could have done it, of course. He wasn't going to take any chances, so he did what he was told and confessed to keep her safe. Now read me this, Milesy boy. Why do you think your Uncle Eddie just happened to be in prison the day Bronco Knight died? Ah, that's right. You were there to see Mr. Tangaroa. Bingo. Judy and I both promised we'd visit him every day. I didn't quite keep that promise. But Judy did. She never missed one visit in all these years. Come rain or shine, she always showed up. But none of that changes the fact that Samson is still being unduly punished day after day. How heartbreaking. We've got to do something, Mr. Fender. I love the shrug. Well, kiddo, it's actually why we came here. The ice sculptures are back on display just like they were all those years ago. We're going to see what we can find out. Right, Miles Reno? I'm a prosecutor, Fender. I don't look at these things in the same way as you or my father. Miles. But that doesn't matter right now. Speaking not as a prosecutor, but as Miles Edgeworth. I want to know the truth behind both of these cases. And I'm not leaving until I do. You really are old Gregory's son, through and through. Alrighty then. Now that's so we can really get to work. Good thing I brought the IS-7 case and file with me today, huh? Here, documents first. Who doesn't love paperwork, am I right? The parts of red ink are my annotations. Thank you, Fender. And here's some evidence for you. Enjoy. There's quite a few, so I'd take a minute to scope them out if I were you. Small amount of evidence from the IS-7 incident received from Fender. Yes, I see. I'll take a look at them in a bit. You know, our current case is just full of loose threads, too, come to think of it. Indeed. The key players of that incident 18 years ago who just happened to get caught up in another incident. The ice sculptures of the Winter Wing that are perfect replicas of the one from 18 years ago. The poison gas attack in the Autumn Wing, which had been disguised to look like the Winter Wing. Two chemicals that were found inside the Pisces statue display case, ubiquinum and asphyxiant. Better be able to play Vecna whenever you play, with whatever you play. Sure. I mean, 2VA is probably going to come back at some point. That form of poisonous gas were mixed together. The victim of the gas attack, Carmelo Augusto, was no stranger to the events of 18 years ago. And who was still unconscious and undergoing treatment in the medical room. Finally, we come to the body floating face down in the fountain. That said so in the stream, W. And the fact that the ice sculptures have melted, just as they did all those years ago. The events of the present day would appear to be immediately linked to the events of the past. Which means that they may be able to help us learn more about what happened 18 years ago. Sounds good to me, let's get investigating.
Objection!
Objection! Oh no you don't, aren't you forgetting somebody? I could have sworn this is my investigation. Eustace is quite right. I do hope you aren't intending to obstruct him in his duties, Mr. Edgeworth. I would hate to have to add a guilty to my report to the committee. What am I guilty of now? Of course not. I'm simply offering once again to do what I can to help with this investigation. Your offer is duly noted and duly declined. Oof! She isn't pulling any punches. The identity of the body from the fountain is currently being ascertained. It's only a matter of time until we have all the information we need. Perhaps I can help you speed that process along. I think I have an idea who our mystery victim might be. What? Really? Then you have to tell me. It's the law. Very well. can only be one person. Sorry, hold on. Maybe it's just the ice sculptures that have resurfaced after 18 years. The body in the fountain may also be a visitor from the past.
Take that!
I believe the body in the fountain is that of a man who was murdered here 18 years ago. Mr. Artie Frost. What? You're saying that was poor Chili Winks? Wait. Who the heck is Chili Winks or Artie or whoever it is you're talking about? Artie Frost was a famous sculptor, Eustace. Although he was better known as Paul Halik. The sculptures on display here are all his works. No way. Sounds like he did well for himself. Always good to encounter a fellow winner. Mr. Frost was also the victim of the IS-7 incident. Judge Gavell knows about the IS-7 incident? Mr. Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident is an 18-year-old case. And according to police records, the victim's body was recovered and an autopsy report duly carried out. Sure, that's what the records say. The records can't always be trusted. What are you insinuating? Now, while the records say stuff like body totally recovered, the defense back then begged to differ. Not that it stopped the prosecution from shutting them down hard, of course. Yeah, this is Winter. What? Really? What is it, Eustace? The body. We've got an ID. Some sculpture called Frost or something. So I guess Edgeworth called it? Goddess of justice. So my father's deductions were right all along. Well, Judge Gavell, I'd say this changes things, wouldn't you? Perhaps now you admit that I might be of use to this case more than a certain junior prosecutor anyways. No fair, you're trying to steal the win. I'm doing no such thing. All I want is to uncover the truth. And if we're going to get to the bottom of what happened here, we'll need to work together. We do not need to do anything. You do not need to know the truth. This case is none of your concern.
Objection!
Objection! Oh there, Judge G. I think you might be wrong about that. Another your interruption, Mr. Fender. Yep, see? I was on the defense team for IS-7, so this case is very much my concern. I was one of the pesky kids pushing the theory that the body had actually gone missing. Get her, Fender. Get her! The prosecutor at the time may have brushed us off, but you can't deny the testimony of your eyes. Or to put it a little more bluntly, the prosecution's case was rotten from the ground up. When there's been a miscarriage of justice caused by the prosecution, it's the committee's job to fix it, no? Who better help you unpick the mess than someone who was there at the time? Unless you have an ulterior motive. Damn! Get her, Fender! Judge Gavell seems to know the facts of the IS-7 incident in some detail. In which case, especially must be here on the committee's behalf. Your connection to the case is noted, Mr. Fender, but I fail to see how this concerns Mr. Edgeworth. He's the son of the original defense attorney, and the protege of the case's lead prosecutor. And if that's not enough for you, he was at the trial too. I think it's just possible he might have a little something to bring to the table, don't you? Very well. You may both assist in the investigation, but only if you refrain from interfering with the work of others. The winter wing is off limits for now. This room, however, is all yours. Alrighty. Great to hear we're on the same wavelength, G. Why don't we bring it in to show we're all on the same side of justice? Do not test me, Mr. Fender. Your permission to investigate can be revoked at any time. Duly noted, Your Honor. This is a turn-up for the books, huh, Milesy? We get to do our thing after all. Thanks to your immeasurable help, as always. No sweat. Besides, I was mostly doing it for me. Okay, I'll be investigating my own thing, so just holler if you find something interesting. I will. Okay, shall we? Heck yeah! Let's investigate the commence. Let the investigation commence. We're still unclear on two key facts: how Mr. Frost's body came to be where it was found, and the source of the ubiquium. You're right. We need some more intel. Indeed. Let's focus on the ubiquium first and foremost. Used in stuff like dish soap and paintings, right? Correct. It also brings red in color and has a distinctive minty fragrance. Okay, sounds like we know what we're looking for. Haunted on the 18th. Nice. Got COD coming anyway. Yeah. Black Ops 6. I want to play Black Ops 6 for the zombies. That's it. I don't even want to play the multiplayer. I just want to play zombies. Alright. Damn, there's a lot going on in this room. Alright, where do we start? I think we just start from the bottom right and work our way up. Family photo, the salt lamp, frame finger marks, the ultimate cookbook. Alright. It's a sculpture of a brave warrior battling against a serpent. Did Paul Halik make this one too, Mr. Edgeworth? He did. It seems he was fascinated by fantasy and mythology when he was a young man. This piece embodies the tragedy yet gritty determination of the young as they face an impossible situation. It's called the math test. Talk about relatable. Thy Zomboys going again? Again? Did we have it before? But yeah, I was a big zombies guy back in Black Ops 3. I loved zombies. I almost actually max prestiged in Black Ops 3 zombies. In my dreams. Maybe. But yeah. Back in the day, way back when, before I started streaming, Black Ops 3 zombies was my shit. I put like 800 plus hours into that shit. Alright, let's do it. It's a man with a moon-shaped head and a woman with a sun-shaped head. The man's got a real pain look in his eyes, though. Is this another Paul Halik piece? Yes, from his younger years, when he was something of a dreamer. He depicted those close to him by means of a motif taken from nature. The piece is titled My Parents. Guess the mom shone brightest in that house. Did a bit of 3. 3 was definitely my favorite. Miss Balanced tea set is laid out neatly on the serving cart. The pamphlet says the gallery is famous for its tea. Understandably so. The cup we were given was delicious. Looks like all this stuff was designed by Mr. Frost. Interesting. In that case, I think we better take a closer look. Cold War. I couldn't get into Cold War. I wasn't a big fan of it. So this dishwasher was made by Artie Frost? Looks very fancy. Oh, it is. I'm willing to bet that this set can fetch something in the thousands of dollars. Let's try not to touch any of it unless we absolutely have to. Oh, this stuff's really worth that much? Stop it, Kay. I can see your eyes lighting up. This down must have really been a fan of Mr. Frost. Like Fender said to still have this. Hey, Edgy! What is it? Be careful with that teapot, you hear? Why is Larry so concerned all of a sudden? Honored guests? I can pour you a cup if you like. It's bound. Ah, Judy! I'm good, thanks. No tea for me. You two knock yourselves out. Thank you for the offer. Yes, why not? A quick break won't hurt. 2 cups coming right up. Wait, why did Larry say no? Larry? It smells great. Look at they both being so eloquent, Chris. Wow, it tastes even better than it smells. What type of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's Ceylon, I believe. It's usually identifiable by its citrus aroma, but... Miss Bound, is this the same blend you served this morning? Why, yes, is it alright? There isn't anything wrong with it, is there? Oh, no, not at all. It's just the cup you gave me earlier had a slightly different aroma. We want another DLC situation, true. I hope so, man. But I don't have my hopes up. Really? That's odd. They use the same exact blend both times. I can't see what could account for the difference. Hey, what's the big idea? Quit being mean about Judy's tea, will ya? What's got under your skin, Larry? Nothing, you're just rude, that's all. You don't even try to call me by the right name. It's Laurice Donham, dang it. You know what? I'm done. I'm not talking to you anymore. Well, that was childish even for him. Wow. What happened there? Let's ask him about it later, shall we? Talking to Miss Brown is more of a priority right now. We may not have any evidence to prove that she's the culprit, but it does seem likely that the poison gas was her doing. The tablecloth draped over the car is pure white and completely spotless. It's just waiting for me to grab it by the edge, clear my mind, and whoosh. Fucking Larry. Okay, I cannot stress this enough how bad of an idea that would be. Aw, come on, what's the worst that can happen? Even if it does all go sideways, we'll just wind up with a cool tea-colored tie-dye. Yes, well, I'd rather remain to white. Plus, I don't think Miss Brown would appreciate us meddling with it. Really? Well, there are so many other colors that would totally work. Pink, sky blue, tea leaves brown. A caddy containing Ceylon tea leaves. Well-crafted tin canister designed to prevent moisture and sunlight from damaging its contents. Not a bad thing to use considering the quality of the blend Miss Brown serves. That it? A statue of a man and woman in old-timey clothes. Did Paul League make these as well? Yes, it seems he created them later in his life, once he had begun to make a name for himself. His wife pushed him to sculpt the two of them against ancient gods, and he couldn't say no to his beloved. The title is Beautiful Goddess Venus and Her Humble Servant. Wow, talk about putting your goddess on a literal pedestal. Those are tulips by the door, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, at least with a spring wind. Spring wind. Spring wing. Ah, spring. Popular time to move houses. It makes it open season for great thieves. Housebreaking is a little beneath a great thief, wouldn't you say? Yeah, I guess you're right. Why is there a lift cart just sitting here out in the open? Guess somebody must have been moving something heavy. The top of the platform seems to be wet. Yo, got a funny feeling I've seen this thing somewhere before. I mean, like 18 years ago? Yeah, it's all coming back to me now. I last saw it in Frost's room. He must have used it to move the ice sculptures around. One of those fancy numbers where you can change not only the platform's height, but even its angles. If you had one of these, you could move giant lumps of ice around, no sweat. Ooh, just think of the possibilities. I could really use one of these. Still doesn't explain what it's doing here, though. Bit of a head scratcher, but we should give it a think, yeah? Indeed. After all, it just might have something to do with our case. From the color and aroma, I'd say this is a puddle of spilled tea. And look, there's a small chunk of ceramic in it. Ceramic fragment. I guess somebody must have broke something? I know that insignia. And a certain high-strung somebody just might know a little something, too. It's a selection of trophies won by Paul Halik, or rather Artie Frost. Evidently, there was a very well-respected artist. Well, you've got one too, Mr. Edgeworth. It's about time I won one too. Guess I'll have to find some thieving contest to enter. Or could you set something up? Something with a nice ceremony at the end, all that. Yes, followed by a swift round of arrests. Mr. Winter was very clear that you're only allowed to investigate this room. So I'm afraid I can't let you pass. Sorry, sir. It would make much difference if you did, officer. You're standing in front of a wall. It wouldn't make much difference. Oh, but we all know a few bricks won't stop you, Mr. Miles Edgeworth, sir. Wow. He actually sounds kind of scared of you. What kind of reputation do I have down at the precinct? Bendy! Hi, Bendy. Glad you're here, man. What's up? Seems the elevator is the only accessible to select individuals. I wonder what's upstairs. Among other things, the medical room. That's where Mr. Gusto is being treated. I hope he's alright. We've got some questions that need answering as soon as he wakes up. Since there's no way of knowing when that might be, we should explore our avenues in the meantime. The police have already removed the body. Why'd the body of a victim from 18 years ago turn up in this fountain? How you been, Bendy? Why was it all rotten and stuff? Did it slowly shuffle its way here? You never remind you that zombies aren't real? It seems likely that the body was preserved somehow. In a cold room. Really? Is that even possible? Hey, Mr. Forensic guy, anything to report? Yes, ma'am. Traces of both ubiquium and asphyxian have been detected in the fountain. I'm going to say they were probably carried here by the stream from the autumn wind. In addition to those two chemicals, there's also a large amount of sugar. The composition of the sugar is being analyzed as we speak. There's sugar in the fountain? Where would it even come from? Chillin' and killin'? W. Bendy. This ring on the door is a fir tree, right? Yes, usually associated with winter, but this door leads to the autumn wing. I suppose it's all part of somebody's elaborate ruse. I could paint it red for the autumny feel. Evergreen stay green all year round, okay? Hence the name. Sure, I knew that. Don't you think you got away with anything? Don't think you've gotten away with anything, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be reporting your actions to the committee. Do whatever you need to, Judge Gavel. And we'll do the same. You are a self-styled great thief, correct? Mr. Edgeworth's association with such a character will be of interest to the committee, too, of course. Go ahead and report me to your stupid committee. I'll be the toast of the thieving community. Huh. Looks like Judge Gavel will have to think up some new threats if she wants to intimidate K. WK. Fucking dumbass Eustace. Do you mind, Mr. Winter? You're my way. I do mind, actually. I'm not going anywhere. You'll just have to go around me. We just thought you might want to move up to a better spot, that's all. What better spot? I demand you show it to me at once. Is that really all it takes to make you do whatever we want? Yeah. The door here is marked with a nice autumny-looking tree. And yet it leads to the winter wing. So it's all part of the deception. You can steal the leaves if you like. Make things a little more wintry. I think you better leave them alone, Kay. Alright, let's talk to Fender. Because I know I have to talk to Larry, so I want to talk to everybody before Larry. Just to make sure I get everything. Hey there, Miles Reno. What's the situation with the investigation? Things are progressing. I think a fuller picture of what happened is beginning to emerge. Good to hear. Guess I better step up my game too then. This case seems to have a lot in common with the incident from 18 years ago. And how? It's got the lot. Melted statues in the winter wing, and even the murder victim's body. But how did nobody ever figure out that the body had gone missing? Frost had no family apart from his son. And well, the kid kind of vanished. Nobody's seen him since around the time of the incident. Gusto's too. Him and his best pal from school just up and disappeared. Wait a second. Wait a second, 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 wait a second. It's a stretch, bro. It's a stretch. I don't think so. It's a stretch, though. What? And they were never found? Gusto's boy wasn't. Not as far as I heard, anyhow. Guess Frost's kid turned up in the end, though. He collected his inheritance at some point. But yeah, with no family around just after the incident, Frost got no funeral, no nothing. So no need for the police to release the body, and no need for anybody to find out they didn't have it. They filled their fake autopsy report, and nobody was any the wiser. Well, almost nobody. Still can't believe Mr. Von Karma would have stooped so low. Back in your pocket it goes. Quickly now. Back in your pocket it goes. Quickly now. Alright, let me talk to... Bond's been taken back to the lab, so autopsy's underway. How's the rest of the fountain looking? Rather beautiful, actually, sir. I don't know why I'm using Fender's voice. The water's crystal clear and it's kind of soothing. Almost as if there wasn't a body floating in it not so long ago. Hello there, dearie. Still investigating, are you? Found anything interesting? No, dearie. Well, nothing much anyway. Silly girl, that wasn't a dearie moment. That was more of a lambkin. Sweetheart is for when you being sympathetic, of course. And treasure is for when they're in a tiz. Love is for people you're not that keen on. And pedal you use when you're trying to get some attention. Wow, I didn't realize there were so many rules. Mr. Edward Pedal, I hope you're getting all this down. Don't even try it, Kay. Oh, dearie me. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, shit. You know what? Let me talk to you, Kay. There's some kind of connection between our case and the IS-7 incident, isn't there, Mr. Edgeworth? It's still too early to say for sure, but I find it hard to believe there's no connection at all. And IS-7 was your dad's case, right? So this can't be a coincidence. It's got to be fate. The truth is ours for the taking, so let's go grab it. There's something for both cases at once. I appreciate the sentiment. Our first order of business should be to find out where the ubiquium came from. Gotcha. The red liquid with the minty smell. Let's ask around and see if anybody has any clues to offer. Where were you before you rejoined us here, Miss Bound? I had to go tell our visitors we're closed. Oh, and hand out a little something in apology. Was there something you want to talk to me about? Yes, a few things, actually. Not least of all, the fact that I think you might be the one who set the poison gas trap. The original ice sculptures melted 18 years ago, correct? How do you manage to recreate them? Oh, you know about what happened back then? In that case, you might also know I took pictures of them during the contest. I commissioned the creation of a set of replicas based on those photographs for this current exhibit. Why go through the trouble of creating replicas? Mr. Frock's Zodiac series was his great unfinished masterwork. I wanted to see it complete at last. Rather, recompleted. It was my fault that the original set melted in the first place after all. I see. And is there any particular reason why the winter and autumn wings look so similar? Oh my, you really think they look alike? Perhaps I used some of the decorations from one in the other by accident? She's clearly lying. But I don't have the evidence to prove it just yet. Alright, Larry. You son of a bitch, what are you hiding? I'm going to keep this simple, Larry. You're hiding something, so just tell me what it is. Oh, look at the glare off you two. It's weird. Ah, come on, Kay. You know me better than that. I wasn't staring. I was just struck by an idea for a picture. Now, Edgy, he was glaring. Yes, and I'll keep glaring at you until he tells what it is you're hiding. Wait, I already told you I'm not talking to you anymore. You're talking to me right now. I mean, from now on, I'm not talking to you ever again, starting now. This is getting me nowhere. I suppose I have to figure out what he's hiding first before I can figure out the whole truth of him. Come on, Larry, what are you hiding? Not saying. Yo, I fucking love Larry. He's such a pain in the ass. Come on, Larry. Look, YouTube, this time, there's no time for kids' games. Well, I certainly wasn't playing. It's pretty clear Maurice isn't gonna talk to you. Bro, he'll talk. Don't you worry about that. I fucking love this song, bro. Good old Larry's theme. Perhaps presenting him with the right piece of evidence will force him to come clean. Alright, Larry, you piece of shit. You're pissing me off. Would you mind taking a look at this for me, Larry? Why would you show me that? Tell me, what is about Miss Brown's tea set that got you so agitated? If you won't tell me, then perhaps you prefer to explain to Judge Gavelle. Wait, don't make me look so bad in front of Verity. She thinks I'm a sensible, cool, clean-cut guy. I don't want her to see the real me, the real low-down, dirty me. I'm not so sure anybody here thinks you're particularly clean-cut, Larry. But if you don't want her to think badly of you, the best thing you do is talk to me. All right, I'll talk. All right, Larry, enough is enough. Now confess. Is this any way to treat your best friend, Edgy? Is there any way for you to treat yourself by lying to him, hiding things? I get the picture already, so stop glaring at me like that. I'll tell you everything, okay? Earlier, I thought Verity might like a cup of tea, so I went to pour one for her. When I got distracted, my hand slipped and smash! I broke the teapot in priceless work of art. It's in pieces because of me. No words exist to describe how far away I saw this coming from. Ouch! You really messed up this time, Larice. See, Edgy, everyone's going to think less of me now. Judy's never going to forgive me for this. Crying to me won't do you any good. I think you need to apologize to Miss Bound. Aw. My teapot? I see. I'm sorry, Judy. I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll paint your portrait. I'll paint you 50 portraits. Please, Mr. Dunham, it's really me who should be apologizing. How could I have failed to notice that there was a broken piece of ceramic on the floor? Somebody could have been hurt. Here, let me make sure that's safely disposed of. The teapot in question was designed by Artie Frost, correct? I understand it was something you've long treasured. You must be upset. Oh, I am. Liar. But of course, all things break eventually. As luck would have it, I have another identical teapot. It's far from the end of the world. Is she less attached to Mr. Frost's work than she used to be? I can't believe this, Judy. You're the sweetest, the kindest. Ah, this other teapot you're talking about. It's the one sitting on top of the cart right now, right? What do you mean? Yeah, so when I smashed the first one, I tried to hide the pieces in the bottom of the cart. That's when I saw the other pot under there. So I took it out and basically switched the two pots. Oh my god, is Larry gonna be an MVP again, Doug? Oh my god, bro. No way. Oh, I see. Yep, and that's everything I have to tell you. I'll be extra careful not to break the other one. I promise. You have no shame whatsoever, do you? I'm sorry. It's really quite alright. Thank you for being so honest. See, Edgy, isn't Judy the absolute best? I trust you won't take advantage of her kindness and will make amends somehow. I sure will. Once I make it as an artist, I'm going to give her one of my paintings. She was one of my models after all. It's only fair. At this rate, I suspect he's likely to make more trouble than amends. Don't you think it would be better for you to keep out of her way for a very long while? Oh, but I will be keeping out of her way because I sketched her in the others already. Her and the others? Keen to see my work, huh? Yeah, I drew a few great sketches of some ravishing beauties. Want to see? Instead of Larissa's ravishing beauties, huh? Interested in Larissa's ravishing beauties, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? Huh. I'm afraid you've greatly misjudged, Kay. I simply wish to see if Larry has captured any unusual details this time, too. Unusual details? Nothing's unusual about these. They're my best work yet. Really? Now I want to see them, too. Aw, you're such a sweetheart, Kay. All right, let me dig them out for you. Give me a sec, okay? I suppose we might as well take a look. So these sketches are yours. Serious, Edgy, if you want to check out my art, you should have just said so from the get-go. Here, feast your eyes on this. What am I looking at here? I told you already, ravishing beauties. Just a few of the fair faces that have caught my eye since I've been here, you know. That's Verity and Judy and somebody else. Why'd you draw them all on the same page? Well, I meant to draw the room at first. Just something to pass the time. And then I saw one beauty and another, and well, I just scribbled them all down as I went. So these were all drawn at different times? Huh? Yeah, I guess. I did one of you too, Kay. You're on a different page though. Wow, you did? I'm flattered. How true to life are these sketches? Did you only draw what you actually saw? Of course! You think I draw things I can't see? Like using my imagination? Oh, these are 100% true to life, right down to the exact shade of each color. What is going on here? Wait, why is the cloth blue? Oh my god. We got Larry is cracking every case in these games, bro. Why is it always Larry? So the colors are accurate. Interesting. As much as it pains me to admit it, Larry may have provided me with a useful piece of evidence yet again. The serving card in the sketch, for example, if I compare it to the one here in the room, there's a clear contradiction between the two. I think a little deduction is in order. Can I borrow this page for a while, Larry? Sure thing. You want me to sign it for you? Just the page, please. Fucking love Larry.
Eureka!
Larry, can I ask you something about your sketches? Fascinated by the work of great Maurice Donham, huh? It's the composition, right? Not exactly. This light blue tablecloth you painted, that's exactly as you saw it, correct? I already told you, everything is exactly as I saw it. Well, the tablecloth on the car here in this room is white. Wow. Your head's so full of crazy theories, the simplest stuff just passes right by you, huh? What's that look for? Listen, just before I drew that sketch, I was in the middle of some business with the car with the T set on it, okay? What kind of business? That's right, it was hiding the pieces of the teapot I smashed kind. That's nothing to boast about. Anyway, I was still in the middle of cleaning it all up when Judy came out of the winter wing. I didn't want to get busted for breaking the teapot, so I quickly dove out of sight. Wait, Miss Bound came out of the winter wing? Yeah, and she was pushing a cart. A different one. That's the one with the light blue tablecloth on it I drew. And what did she do with the second serving cart? Well, I saw her wheel it into the summer wing. I don't know what happened to it after that. When she came back out, she was pushing one of those other carts, the kind you lift stuff with. Lift cart? Yeah, so I called out to her, but she just ran off and left it behind. Never had her down as the shy type, but it goes to show you never know. Another serving cart and a lift cart. Is there maybe another tea set too? Better check with Miss Bound. Fucking Larry, bro. Leave it to Larry, leave it to Larry. Are there two serving carts here at the gallery, Miss Bound? Oh, yes. Why do you ask? A certain so-called artist showed us the sketch. I couldn't help but notice the color of the tablecloth. It's light blue. Light blue? I'm afraid your friend must be mistaken. I only use white tablecloths, freshly laundered and starched. It's the perfect wrinkle-free one on the cart here in the fountain room, right? Exactly. If I saw so much as a blemish, I would replace it right away. Could the color of the tablecloth in the sketch simply be a mistake on Larry's part? Do you have any idea what you might have been doing when the sketch was drawn? Let me see. I appear to be carrying out my usual duties. I'd like to ask you a little more about these duties, if I may. What exactly were you doing when the sketch was drawn? Because from what I can see, your card doesn't have a tea set on it. I was delivering some chocolates to the investigating officers. Aw, now I'm just jealous. I love chocolate. Well, there are a few left over, so here, for you both. I made them myself. I hope you like them. Woohoo! Thanks, Miss Bound. Well, why not? I'm a little melted, but I suppose that's because they've been sitting around in her pocket. They're super sweet. I love them. I'm very glad to hear it. They may not be the prettiest, but I'm grateful for the energy boost nonetheless. Though perhaps they could do with a little less sugar. Did you like my chocolates? Oh yeah, they were super sweet. I loved them. I'm very happy to hear it. Samson has such a sweet tooth, he wouldn't have them any other way. May not look the best at the moment, but her love for her family shines through in how they taste. This lift cart, I heard it was used 18 years ago, too. That's right. It was in another room earlier until I brought it out here. It's very useful for moving large, heavy objects around. Why is it wet? Was it used to carry something wet? Are we not going to ask her? No? The hunt is on. The truth will come out. But I don't know what that's about. Ping! I guess we're going to find out. Have I inadvertently stumbled onto the set of Kate Crimes, the musical or something? Oh my, is that me? Yes, it was painted by the so-called artist over there. It's wonderfully drawn. Would you mind if I kept it? I'm sorry, Miss Bound. I'm afraid it's an important piece of evidence. Oh, I see. That's a shame. I suppose Larry's charm is something of a talent if he can impress a gallery owner with sketches like these. Alright, I guess I'm done talking to her. Okay, who else do I need to talk to? I suspect the difference in aroma we noticed due to the teapots having been switched. You do? I can't see what else it could have been. The tea itself hadn't changed. Why don't we ask Miss Bound just to be sure? Miss Bound, the difference in aroma we noticed, do you think it could have been because of the different teapot? I suppose so. My cup just now had a subtle minty scent, rather like uva tea. Oh, I just remembered. I made some peppermint tea in that pot only yesterday. That must be where the minty aroma is coming from. Or could that really be it? Or ubiquitous. Tea from the teapot Larry switched in from under the cart smelled faintly of mint. Right, Miss Bound said she used that pot to make peppermint tea yesterday. Yes, but there's something else that's been troubling me. Miss Bound seemed more taken aback by the switching of the teapots than the breaking of one. You're right. You expected it to be the other way around. I suspect she might have been deliberately hiding the teapot underneath the cart. But why? One of Ubiquitium's key characteristics is its minty fragrance. So what if she had been hiding some in that teapot? What? In the teapot? It's simply a possibility, but one worth investigating, I believe. Mr. Winter, any luck finding that Ubiquitium? Huh? Oh, excuse me. Shit. My people are searching the entire gallery, but they haven't found anything yet. What about you? Don't tell me you know where it came from. I may have an idea. Ha! I knew it. If I can't find it, there's no chance of useless. What? You do know where it came from? Yes. Where? Miss Bound's teapot. Wow, nice piece. I like it. Yeah, this looks like a fitting prize for a natural-born winner. It's not a prize, it's a vital piece of evidence. Oh, it's just evidence? Then I'll have one of the forensic people check it out. Mr. Edgeworth? Is there some sort of problem with my teapot? Possibly. The minty fragrance we noticed coming from it. I think it just might be the scent of one of the chemicals used to make the poison gas. Her freak out is gonna be crazy. But Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't think I had anything to do with that? I'm afraid I do. The method used to create the gas would have required considerable preparation. Nobody would have had the time or the opportunity to set that up except you. That's not strictly true. It took around a week to get Zodiac Hall ready for the exhibition. There were all kinds of people coming and going through here during that time. Delica, for one. So you see, I'm not the only person who could have set it all up. Miss Scone is on our radar too, of course. You needn't worry about that. And besides, I wouldn't know the first thing about making poison gas. So even if you did find some ubiquium in my teapot, I wouldn't have any idea what to do with it. But I suppose we should see what the test results say first. Miss Bannon claims she doesn't know the first thing about making poison gas. I need to find a way to prove that she's lying. Hedgerow speaking. Sir, it's me! Is everything alright, Detective? Everybody's left the Winter Wing. It's just me in here now. Which means I can tell you what we found. I really shouldn't be sharing your information about the investigation. After the past week or so, I'm not about to stop them now. The exhibits in here have all completely melted. And all that's left in display cases are some stuff at the bottom. More of it in the Taurus case than in the Gemini case, though. Describe this stuff for me if you can. Yes, sir. It's like a pale blue liquid. I had the lab run some tests just now. The sample from the Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. But the one from the Gemini case had 3 different substances in it. Which were? Sugar, salt, and blood. Blood? What are salt and blood doing in the Gemini case sample? Can't imagine whose blood it could possibly be, but... Did they freeze the body? That would be crazy. If they froze the body, oh my god. I'll get it tested right away, sir. Please do, Detective. Oh, I almost spoke over the radio with the forensic guy working the fountain room. He said he just got word that the sugar they found in the fountain machine matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid. I see. That might well prove to be a significant development. Gemini case analysis result. Data jotted down in my... Anything else to report, Detective? Yes, sir. We found one of those light-emitting devices here on the Winter Wing, too. There are a few of those being used in the Autumn Wing to disguise it as the Winter Wing, as I recall. It seems that the equipment from 18 years ago is more than just for show. I need to talk to Miss Scone about this. Anyhow, I better be getting back to it. I'll let you know as soon as we hear from the lab about that blood. Yes, thank you, Detective. Was that Gummy? Seemed like he had a lot to say. He did. All of it very useful. If I'm going to prove that Miss Bannon's claims about who could have set up the poison gas trap are false, I need to talk to a certain somebody who else was here 18 years ago. Oh my god, the music just got crazy. Miss Scone, I'd like to ask you a few questions if I may. Of course, dear, fire away. Anything for you, Milesy Smilesy. And dear sweet little Tooth Decay. Tooth Decay. I'd appreciate it if that was the last time you called me Milesy Smilesy. I'm not a fan of Tooth Decay either. Well, you just have to like it or lump it. I can't change a nickname once I've settled on it. Ugh. Well, I guess we tried. Miss Scone, you're something of a specialist. How might someone learn to make the poison gas that was used in the attack? Any ideas? Well, any pharmacist who have ever handled an infestible ultra would know for a start. After all, it says right there on the label, do not mix with products containing ubiquium, ever. What about a layperson? It's unlikely they know wouldn't you say? I suppose so, yes. Well, not unless they had a nose through the Ultimate Cookbook anyway. Prize from the contest 18 years ago. The recipe for making infesticide ultra, along with that, not mixing with ubiquium bit, is in there, you know. So you're familiar with the concept of the book? Oh yes, dear. I know it inside and out. Because I work for the Tangaroa group, you see. We're the company behind Cold Killer X. I'm sure you've heard of it. Cold Killer X fights back sniffles and sneezes with ease, apparently. The one defense attorney almost got killed because of it. Are you gonna say that? A certain defense attorney almost got killed from it, Miles? I mean, he wasn't there, so. After Sammy Poople was found guilty, the company took custody of the book. But they only grant their most trusted people access to it, of course. Which means Miss Scone is one of these elites, I suppose. What can you tell us about the various devices used to decorate the gallery's exhibits? There seem to be some pretty specialized items in use. Light-emitting devices, luminous fabrics. Oh, I can tell you all about those, dearie. After all, I'm the one who gave them to Moody Judy. It was my way of saying sorry after I broke the rules all those years ago. I bought her 4 lovely new salt lamps, and I gave her the 4 pieces of luminous cloth I used for the contest. Jesus. Wow, that's super generous of you. Well, us girls have to do our best, don't we? Everybody understands, of course. That better be not a dig at me, Delish. I told you how kind I thought that was. Yes, back when you were a dear, sweet, innocent baby boy, what happened to you, eh? A dear, sweet, innocent baby boy? Mr. Fender? Can't quite picture that, I have to say. So these decorations, they're all the same as the ones you saw 18 years ago, correct? Yep, salt lamps, glowing fabrics, light emitting doodads, the whole bit. There were 4 luminous cloths in use in the autumn wind, but I'm sure I saw another one somewhere. Maybe you should jog your memory with something so Miss Scone will tell us more. You had a piece of fabric like this in your bag, did you not, Miss Scone? Albeit a somewhat grimier one. Grimy? How rude. You won't get people to cooperate with your little investigation like that, young man. Shall I call it a dish towel then? Perhaps you use it to wipe up some sort of spillage? Ah, spillage, he says. The cheek. That's a piece of highly specialized luminous cloth. Oh, I probably shouldn't have told you that. I think I'd like to know a little more about this highly specialized luminous cloth, if you don't mind. Why do you want me to know you had a piece of luminous cloth in your bag? Oh, well, I suppose there's no point hiding it now, is there? You must know, I fished it out of the fountain. It was right before they called me into the autumn wing. So Larry's sketch of Miss Scone is when she was trying to retrieve the cloth. At first, I thought it was one of the ones I'd given Moody Judy. One of the 4 you'd given to the gallery, correct? Exactly. But all 4 were being used in the autumn wing, weren't they? So I realized. Must be the one that went missing all those years ago. I'd already had my infesticide ultra pinched and used to make poison gas. It's one of my cloths turned out to have been used in some sort of dastardly deed, too. Well, I was going to look guilty of sin, wasn't I? So I kept it, hid it in my bag, and hoped for the best. I see. Oh, it does feel good to get off my chest, though. Stress is no good for the complexion. So the cloth that disappeared 18 years ago, the one the victim was wrapped in, just so happens to reappear in the fountain at the same time as the body? Anything? Okay, do I have enough? Nope. Alright, we gotta talk to Fender. Alright, Fender. Definitely not finishing this case today, that's for sure. Tell me, Fender, what kind of person is Miss Bound? Huh? Wait a minute. Don't tell me you've got a thing for her, Master. I do not. Chill, I'm just yanking a chain. Anyway, what can I say about Jutes? Well, she is a real brave trooper for one. What else do you call someone who waits around for 18 whole years like she has for Samson? Even after his extended family kicked her out of this place. What? They threw her out? Yep. Jutes wasn't technically part of the family, so there was nothing she could do. She had nothing, nobody, no job after Samson took the fall. So she had no choice but to take what he taught her and make her own way into showbiz. She retired from all that now, though. Yes, why did she retire? She finally made enough to buy the old place back. She even got the ultimate cookbook back from the Tangaropa group after they basically stole it. Guess this place and everything to do with it was all she ever cared about. So she just wanted it back, all of it. Fender seems very sympathetic to Miss Bound's plight. But from a less charitable perspective, she has, in a way, taken everything of Mr. Tangaroa for herself. Looking for that money. The Ultimate Cookbook contained instructions on how to create the poison gas. And the current owner of that book is none other than Miss Judy Bound. No way, you mean... I'm afraid I do. Miss Bound would have been perfectly capable of setting up the gas trap. Finally, we can prove that she's been lying to us. Judy! Oh, Judy! That's that. All that's left now is to await the results of the test on the teapot. To be continued. I was gonna say, I think I got a little bit more, right? If anybody in here knows how much left there is, please let me know. Because I still think there's still, like, a little bit more, but still. I don't want to get to a spot and then, you know, have to stop in the middle of it. But I should be good. Alright. The results have just come in, sir. The traces of ubiquitous were found in the teapot. They were? Just like Mr. Edgeworth said. Curse you. You better not think this means you beat me. You really need to drop this obsession with coming in first, Mr. Winter. We're all on the same side here, remember? We're all trying to get to the truth. What? But first is best. Everybody knows it's better to be a winner than a loser. That's really no way for a prosecutor to think. Not a successful one, anyway. What? But I... Enough. Mr. Edgeworth, please refrain from taunting the boy. Ignore him, Eustace. He isn't worthy of your attention. She's using you, Eustace! Get it through your head, buddy! Gavel. Oh, alright. Come on, Eustace, I believe in you. Get it through your head, bruh. She's using you. Why don't I take care of things here for now? In the meantime, you can perform the far more important task of going and checking on the victim. Oh, yeah, good idea. I'll be right back. Excellent. We shall see you shortly, then. Mr. Winter's annoying, but totally harmless. Judge Gavel's on the other hand. Now. Miss Bound, perhaps you could explain why traces of ubiquitous were found in your teapot? I had no idea there was anything like that in there. Perhaps in one of the ingredients in the dishwashing soap I use? So are you telling the court that you did not intentionally put ubiquitous in the teapot? Yes, exactly. Why would I? Until today, I had no idea it could even be used to make poison gas.
Objection!
You're a trained actress, are you not, Miss Bound? I'd have thought you would be a more convincing liar. Damn! What do you mean? You have access to the Ultimate Cookbook, correct? And that book just happens to contain instructions on how to create the poison gas used in the attack. Meaning it's perfectly possible for you to know exactly how to make it. Oh, damn. You're very well informed, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Bound, is what Mr. Edgeworth said true? The book does contain information on how to make the poison gas, yes. But the fact I have seen it doesn't make me guilty. Can I ask exactly how the gas was triggered? The victim used a blowtorch to heat the lid on the display cases, thereby melting the ubiquitous. See. But he locked himself in the room too, didn't he? Surely that and the fact that he triggered it himself. Wouldn't it point to it being a suicide attempt? She's not willing to admit anything. Furthermore, where would I have gotten hold of the Infesticide Ultra? Oh, I don't know. Perhaps you stole it? You know, I did bump into Moody Judy a week ago or so. And that very evening, I noticed my Infesticide Ultra had gone missing. Judy, surely you didn't. Delica, you carry your bag of pharmaceuticals with you everywhere, don't you? There would have been a number of opportunities for someone other than myself to steal it from you. That's true. I don't have any hard evidence that it definitely was Miss Bound who stole it. Judes, there's clearly something you're not telling us. Why don't you come clean, Damn. We all know you never hurt someone for no reason, so. Not you too. Not you too. You think I'm guilty as well, Mr. Fender? Can you blame me? You've got one wing disguised as another, a gas trap in one of the display cases. And you're the proprietor of the establishment. It's looking a lot like you did it, kiddo. You got this all wrong. You have to remember, the gallery doesn't have any security cameras, nor any security personnel. If some ill-intentioned person or other wanted to get in undetected, I don't think they'd have much of a problem. Wow, you're practically asked to be burglarized. You need to be more careful. A great thief could have a field day in here. I don't think she's joking. Actually, it seems that Mr. Gusto did in fact enter the gallery before it opened. Sheesh. Judy's one tough cookie. She's not budging an inch. Maybe it's time to rock a little technique Gregory taught me back in the day. What technique might that be? So hear me out. Everything's connected to what happened 18 years back, yeah? And since we're not getting anywhere by focusing on the here and now, maybe we ought to approach this from a different angle and look to the past for clues instead. I turn about and thinking. So my father's used this method as well. Alright, let's run through this old Thinkatron. How was Jude's involved in what happened back then? According to Miss Bound, it was because of her that Mr. Frost's flavored ice sculptures melted. And yet, his sculpture is here on display at this very gallery today. Is it possible that she... Thank you, Fender. I think I know what I need to ask Miss Bound now. Hey, don't thank me, thank your pops. Now take it away, Mousy. I'll grab the popcorn. Miss Bound, you say that you were the one who caused Mr. Frost's creation to melt 18 years ago, correct? I'm afraid so. I was younger and foolish, and it was a terrible accident. And yet, what you did allowed you to open this exhibit, now? What do you mean? Yes, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? If you're going to ask such questions, perhaps a formal testimony from Miss Bound might be best. Yes, perhaps it might. I'd like to know a little more about Zodiac Hall. But why Miss Bound decided to dedicate this space to Mr. Frost's work? Very well. If you believe to be relevant to the case, I will allow it. Miss Bound, would you mind? Not at all. I'll do whatever it takes to prove that I am innocent. And please, if you give us some background on the Zodiac Hall and the pieces on display here. Come on, Judy. Stop doing this to us, Judy. You're making yourself work worse, Judy. It took 18 years, but at long last, I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Paul Halik pieces as I could from around the world. Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work. Thank you for your testimony, Miss Bound. How wonderful it is that you were able to fulfill your dream. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, everything seems entirely above board to me. Judge Gavell, that was simply the witness's preliminary statement. Are you sure you know? Are you surely know? My fault. As you surely know that the value of the testimony cannot be evaluated without due cross-examination. Spoken like a true attorney. Very well. You may do with what you must.
Hold it!
18 years. You must have gone through a lot to buy it back, Miss Bound. This home? This place? Such memories abound. I couldn't stand to lose what I had found. She is pretty. Samson, I did what I had to do to see that the home was waiting here for you. How'd she make it look so easy? Huh. I'll say, but I wouldn't expect any less from a trained triple threat performer. Continue with your testimony, Miss Bound. Minus the singing, if you please.
Hold it!
You managed the gallery by yourself, Miss Bound? Yes, well, we opened today, so I haven't done much actual managing yet, but I have to keep the mansion going. Can't have it falling down around my ears. Samson could come home any day after all. Surely got the house back for him. I'm so sorry, Judy. I wish I could have done more. Oh, you've done plenty, Mr. Fender. If anyone should have done more to me. Even if the only thing I can do right now is to keep this place safe for Samson.
Hold it!
Paul Halik. That was Mr. Frost's pseudonym, correct? Yes, he adopted it while he was working as a sculptor in France. I see. I'm curious about some of the pieces in your collection, more specifically. How you were able to acquire the Taurus and Gemini sculptures. It's my understanding that Mr. Frost died before he could complete them. Yes, and I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculpture he made. Really? Perhaps you can go into some more detail on that.
Hold it!
Tell me more about this dream of yours, Miss Bound. Well, what I really wanted was to open a gallery with Samson, of course. A gallery of dance, a gallery of song, a gallery of gaiety and candy and all day long. That was the idea, anyway. And here I thought art was supposed to be appreciated in silence, not accompanied by musical numbers. Alas, Mr. Tangaroa transgressed against the edicts of Goddess of Justice. My fault. And as such, that part of your dream may go permanently unfulfilled. No, Samson he's innocent. That awful prosecutor refused to listen, but it's true. He never hurt anybody. Mr. Tangaroa gave a false confession in order to protect Miss Bound. The two of them really did what they could to protect one another, didn't they?
Hold it!
These photos you mentioned, you mean the ones you yourself took at Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago? Yes. You certainly know a lot about what happened that day, Mr. Edgeworth. So those statues in the Winter Ring were just copies? I didn't even get to see that before they melted. No, the sculptures in question were definitely not replicas. Which means that Miss Bound is lying. I know, it's such an awful shame, and after we went to the trouble to recreate them too. The sculptures in the Winter Ring weren't replicas, they're the ones from they're the very ones from 18 years ago. I need to show her I'm aware of that, or I'll never get to the truth. Demonic brooch sit fella. And the only thing it can be is the actual picture of it.
Objection!
No. The dance routine have nothing to do with this case, Mrs. Bound. But neither does that piece of evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Shall I continue? I haven't even looked at this yet. Case overview. Did he murder weapon, rock, salt lamp? Statute of limitations expired 3 years ago on December 24th. Organizer in confectionery contest. Victim body was found inside one of the creations while detention. Tangaroba discovered that he had taste disorder. Okay, Artie Frost. No detailed autopsy report. The body gone missing. Oh, okay, this.
Objection!
Bonk, bonk. I haven't done a single objection yet. Hold on, Miles, I got you, bro. Once it, loads. It'll load in a second, I believe.
Objection!
Nice. I'm afraid you've run out of road, Miss Bound. You can lie all you like, but you can't deny the results of the test conducted on the sculpture's remains. And those tests leave no room for ambiguity. Ambiguity, my fault. What you had on display weren't replicas. They were the very statues Mr. Frost carved 18 years ago. Oh, I could probably have explained how that worked if you'd like to hear. It's the sugar you see. You might think sugar is sugar, but the composition is actually very unique. You could probably recreate the statues with the sweet secret of their chemical makeup. No chance. Thank you, Miss Scout. I don't recall asking for her help, but still. To put it simply, the statues didn't disappear back then because they melted. They disappeared because you spirited them away and kept them hidden for these 18 long years. What? She kept a pair of flavored ice sculptures around somewhere for all that time? It's not the most out there idea in the world, assuming you had a big enough icebox.
Overruled.
Quiet, all of you. Miss Bound, have you anything to say in your defense? So you've already learned that much. Should I take that to mean you admit to having hidden the flavored ice sculptures in question? No, I admit to no such thing. Never proven that I was the one who took those statues away. And you won't, because it would have been impossible for me to do so in the first place. The police were already here when they disappeared. How could I have done it without them noticing? How indeed. I don't know exactly how you did it, but I'm far from ready to say that it was impossible for you to have stolen them away. You're a very persistent man, aren't you, Mr. Edgeworth? I am indeed, and I won't stop until I get to the truth. I see. And I better tell you exactly what I did that day 18 years ago. The whole time before judging began, I was waiting upstairs in our living room area on standby. During the judging, I had to go change the camera's film cartridge for Samson. Before I could take the camera back to Samson's, I discovered Mr. Frost's body. Later around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds and serve tea to everybody present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room. And those were my movements on the day it all happened. I hardly see how you could take issue with any of that. That's for us to decide, Miss Bound. Are you saying there's a contradiction in your story, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm more focused on proving that the fact that she did indeed steal those statues. The question is, when she would have had the opportunity to do so. If I could pinpoint that, I might be able to prove what exactly she got up to.
Hold it!
What were you doing while you were waiting? I was in my room practicing some dance routines. I was on a TV show called Bacon Bop with Samson, you see. Bacon Bop? What kind of show was it? It was a children's show. The two of them would sing and dance as they made a variety of sweets. Whoa, that sounds awesome. Hold the phone, Miles. You used to watch it? My father introduced me to it. I may have watched an episode or two. So Miss Bound passed the time before judging began by practicing her dance routines. Was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures? That can't have been the moment she did it. I better listen carefully to what she says. Oh, do I have to pick when she did it? Oh my god. I have to pick when she did it? Oh my god.
Hold it!
Were you the only one who was able to move around freely during the judging? Well, I wouldn't say freely exactly, but I was able to move around more easily than the contestants, yes. Even so, I could hardly have spirited the sculptures away while Samson was standing right there, could I? I ran straight off to change the film as soon as he asked me to. I wouldn't have had the time. So changing the film on the camera as requested by Mr. Tangaroa. Was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures? That can't have been the moment she did it. I better listen carefully to what she says.
Hold it!
You entered the room containing Mr. Tangaroa's work before bringing the camera back to him, correct? Yes, I heard the sound of something collapsing. Samson? Are you in here? The sound of the chocolate chip falling over a little after someone took a bite out of it, one of the supports. Mr. Tangaroa was still in Mr. Gusto's room when you found the body? Yes, I'm fairly certain that was the case. He was judging each room in order, and he'd like to take his time. To the point at which he discovered Mr. Frost's body. Excuse me. Was this the moment when Miss Bounds? Oh my god, I don't know. I'm just trying to listen to all this first.
Hold it!
Just as you did today? Yes. Went around and offered everybody working on the investigation a cup of tea. President company included. I remember it well. You were here, there, upstairs, downstairs, everywhere with that little car of yours. Interesting. Did anyone strike you as strange around that time? Oh yeah, Gregory was singing the praises of Judy's tea, and I think he mentioned his saucer was cold. His saucer was cold? Was this the moment when Miss Bound stole the sculptures? Miss Bound, I believe this is when you stole the sculptures. I hate to contradict you, but the fountain room was full of witnesses at that point, Mr. Fender included. Are you suggesting that I somehow got the sculptures out of Mr. Frost's room right under everyone's noses? That is precisely what I'm suggesting. Miss Bounce stole those ice sculptures, and she did by hiding them here.
Take that!
Those looked a little big to fit under there. Am I crazy? Those are some big-ass sculptures, bruh. My father and Fender had no idea of the sculptures that was mere inches away from them, because it was just a tease that you were pushing around Miss Bound. But a hidden ice sculpture in a glass case.
Overruled.
Surely such a thing would have been impossible. How could a case that size fit on a serving cart? It would have been spotted immediately.
Objection!
Who said anything about a serving cart? What? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Edgeworth. What do you suggest we should use instead? I'm suggesting that Miss Bound use this to transport the sculptures.
Take that!
And this is? The cart Miss Bound used to move the flavored ice sculptures out from Mr. Frost's room 18 years ago. It would appear that the very same cart is still here with us in the fountain room. Get her, Edgeworth. We originally bought it for use in the contest. You're saying that Miss Bound loaded Mr. Frost's sculptures onto this cart and carried them off? Yep. As you can imagine, all one would need to do is lay a case on its side, add a tablecloth, and it looked exactly like a normal serving cart, thus allowing her to move the sculpture around freely. Can it be? Holy moly, of course! That's why those saucers were so chilly. They were sitting on top of a big block of ice. Judes, how could you? Impressive. Oh shit, here we go. She's getting real. Then again, you are Mr. Gregory Edgeworth's son. I should have expected no less. There isn't a scrap of evidence that I stole the sculptures all those years ago now. And yet, I knew that no matter what I said or did, I'd always be under a cloud of suspicion. So you admit it? You admit that you stole them from Mr. Frost's room? Yes, I do. I took those sculptures in the glass cases out of the room 18 years ago, but I didn't commit murder. As for Mr. Edgeworth, correctly deduced, I dressed up the lift cart as a serving cart to do it. And slipped in and out of Mr. Frost's room while I was going around serving tea to everybody. In the end, I removed not only the sculptures, but the flavored ice Zodiac blocks as well. Zodiac blocks? I feel like I've seen them for myself before. Huge blocks of ice on display here. Who was that kid? I don't even know who that kid was. Must have gone crazy. It must be incredibly heavy, though maybe not. What with it being hollow on the inside? If the winter wing really is an exact replica of Mr. Frost's room from 18 years ago, then even though my father never saw them because they'd already melted, the Zodiac block must have been in the victim's room back then as well. When I had finished moving the two ice sculptures and the two Zodiac blocks out, I took two fresh, empty cases to Mr. Frost's room and put them where the original two had been. Only the sculpture had been kept in glass cases to prevent them from being damaged. The blocks were a little more robust, so they had been displayed as is. As stated in the contest rules, we were responsible for providing all display materials, including cases. Meaning it would have been easy for her to prepare those empty spares she swapped in. Mr. Frost's room contained quite a few other flavored ice works in progress. I figured if I melted them down somehow, the resulting puddle would look like it came from the sculptures. And that is how the sculptures from 18 years ago came to be in the winter wing today. I have to say, Mr. Edgeworth, that's quite the confession. Indeed, and I think she offered it so willingly because she knows there's nothing we can do with it. That's all I have to tell you. However, despite everything I've shared, you can't charge me with anything now, can you? What? How do you figure that? Oh my. I would have thought you might know at least this much given we're at a crime scene. I'd suggest you memorize the various statutes and limitations outlined in this book. Statutes of what? Simply put, Kay, Prosecutors only have a certain amount of time within which they can put a suspect on a trial for a given crime. Theft, 7 years from the date of the crime. Separate time frames apply with regards to claims for damages, etc. Murder, 15 years from the date of the crime. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. The statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. Flee to a foreign country. Did she say she went somewhere? I don't remember if she said she went somewhere. She definitely went somewhere, though. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Oh, I just looked at this stuff. So it's different for every crime? Murder, 15 years. Theft, 7 years. What? Yes, Miss Bound stole the ice sculptures 18 years ago. So it's too late to have her arrested for that crime. I don't believe it. Theft is a serious matter, especially when it involves the removal of evidence from a crime scene. However, as you yourself just pointed out, Miss Bound can no longer be prosecuted for a crime. Rendering your revelation rather pointless, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth?
Objection!
Pathetic. I wouldn't be so sure about that. For you see, the theft of the ice sculpture isn't my principal interest here. I found the body that reappeared 18 years after the theft to be considerably more interesting. Are you suggesting that I also hid Mr. Frost's body? I am indeed. How do you keep a body hidden for 18 years without anybody finding it? By hiding it in a very unusual way. Oh, now this is interesting. Are you telling me that you know where the body has been for all this time, Mr. Edgeworth? Not such a big leap if you think about what Miss Bound has told us already. Let's just say it wasn't just flavored ice that she removed from Mr. Frost's room back then. Very well, if you are confident in this claim, let us put it to the test. Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, where exactly was Mr. Frost's body hidden?
Take that!
Photograph of Mr. Frost's work. You know, the victim's body, Your Honor. You will have to forgive me, but I don't see what you mean. Where exactly in this photograph is Mr. Frost's body? The victim of the body is hiding right here.
Take that!
The Gemini sculpture? Yes. It may look like a sculpture at first glance, but in fact, Mr. Frost's corpse. What? Surely you can't be serious. I don't see anything in the photograph to support such a wild claim.
Objection!
That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to hide the body in plain sight. And what piece of evidence might that be? The court demands that you present what was used to conceal the body. Oh yeah,
Take
we're
that!
cooking. One of the cloths from the autumn wing? Yes, when it's made to glow in just the right way, it's so visually convincing you might mistake it for ice. Isn't that right, Miss Scone? Well, yes, dear, because... But can you make it really look like about anything, really? Even Blazing Fire. You can make it look just like about anything, really, even Blazing Fire. And the right shade of blue would make it look like ice. Yes, exactly like it, in fact.
Overruled!
It is not the case that a certain special device is needed to generate these colors, though.
Objection!
If you would care to take another look at the photograph of the Winter Wing, Your Honor, you'll notice there's a small box connected to the bottom of the Gemini display. That's one of the very light-emitting devices in question. Detective Gumshoe even confirmed its presence. In fact, this particular device went missing 18 years ago. Back then, it was no doubt firmly connected to the cloth inside the display case, which means Miss Bound had no choice but to take it with her when she removed the sculpture. So you see, this cloth and the light-emitting device were being used to create the illusion that Mr. Frost's body was in fact a statue carved from ice. This can't be. Wait, so you're telling me that when we took that photo of us on the Winter Wing, yes, we were standing right in front of the body. But the body and the cloth were both recovered from the fountain. Why were they found there if the body was supposed to be in the Winter Wing disguised as a sculpture?
Objection!
because there would have been no mystery as to how the body would have been hidden if we found it as is. Miss Bound needed to remove Mr. Frost from the winter wing in order to throw us off the set.
Overruled.
Bing. Ridiculous. I don't recall her speaking around behind our backs to throw a body in the fountain. No, and she didn't need to, because she had another method at her disposal. Her trusty lift cart, the same cart that proved so useful in her executing her original theft. I believe she wheeled the body into one of the wings and floated it down the stream into the fountain. The frozen body being quite solid, probably got stuck somewhere along the way. Which is why only the cloth appeared at first. The cloth Miss Scone discovered. And then the body followed afterwards once it had thawed enough. Uh-oh, she's getting pissed. It's an ingenious theory, Mr. Edgeworth. But, can you prove that it was me? It seems a little unfair to expect me to accept your accusation without proof, don't you think? What about an eyewitness? Do you think someone might have spotted her when she was moving the body? As a matter of fact, I do. And the contradiction in this piece of evidence I was provided will shed light on exactly how Miss Bound moved the body as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any evidence to support your allegations? Of course, I have a piece of very compelling proof right here. Then please present it to the court. What evidence do you have that proves Miss Bound acted as you claimed? Larry! 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 Larry!
Take that!
Let's go, Larry! More drawings. Is that me? Yes, Mr. Butch drew sketches of people as they passed through the fountain room. What I'm interested in is the cart we can see here. Miss Bound's servant cart, what about it? You don't see it? She's using the same trick she used 18 years ago. Ergo, we know that Miss Bound was busy moving Mr. Frost's body when this picture was being drawn. What? If I may, I don't see Mr. Frost's body anywhere in that sketch. All I see is a picture of me delivering chocolates to everyone. Really? Then allow me to direct your attention to the color of the tablecloth, Miss Bound. I originally thought that Mr. Butts had made an error, but he's assured me that he possibly couldn't be the case. This tablecloth appears to be light blue. Yeah, it's a shade of tablecloth that Miss Bound doesn't seem to own. The cloth only appears to be light blue due to the body hiding just underneath. What? But the shape of the car is perfectly rectangular, just as one would expect. Surely it would be immediately obvious that the tablecloth was being draped directly over the body.
Objection!
Not the body being placed inside one of the hollow Zodiac blocks in the winter wing. Place one of those on the lift cart and easily pass muster as a regular serving cart, wouldn't you agree? Goddess of justice. Let's go, Larry! Another MVP case for you, buddy. Miss Bound, surely now you must admit that it was you who moved the body, just as you did 18 years ago. I didn't expect you to deduce all that from a single simple sketch. Well, that sketch alone isn't really enough to prove your theory, is it? You need to worry on that front. My case doesn't rest solely on Mr. Butt's artwork. Once you had disposed of the body, your serving cart became a simple lift cart once more, which is exactly what we discovered here in the fountain room. And without serving cart, you had to find some place to put your chocolates. My chocolates? The ones I was handing out? As we saw in the sketch, you had originally placed them on top of the cart. But the chocolates you gave us came from your pocket. Oh yeah, mine was half melted. It was still super sweet and tasty though. Why'd you suddenly feel the need to put the chocolates in your pocket, Miss Bound? It was because you had no longer had a serving cart to put them on. That's why. Get her, Edgeworth. One moment, please. You've explained what Miss Bound did with the chocolates in the lift cart. But, what about the tablecloth? Where'd it go? Indeed. If stashing the chocolates in her pocket was the only solution she could think of, I doubt Miss Bond had the time to dispose of the entire tablecloth. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any answers for me? Miss Bound didn't hide or dispose of the tablecloth, Your Honor. In fact, it's right here in front of us. Perhaps you would care to enlighten us? Where exactly is the tablecloth Miss Bound used to hide the body? Oh, Miss Bound's person. Pathetic. Miss Bound has the tablecloth on her person. And in plain view, in fact. In plain view? No, surely you don't mean. Miss Bound? It's the cloth around your waist, isn't it? And given that Zodiac blocks weren't kept in the glass cases, that cloth would have been in direct contact with the ice. All we would need is to confirm my theories to test the cloth for traces of sugar used in Mr. Frost's work. The game is up, Miss Bound. It's time to come clean. She's gonna go crazy. Go crazy, go crazy, go stupid. You won't need to test the tablecloth. Everything you said is true. I still Delica's Infesticide Ultra, and I moved Mr. Frost's body. Oh. It was me. It was all me. Delica, I'm so sorry. Last week I went into your bag and I took it. And then, I put it in his pocket, hoping to make it look like he tried to do it himself in. I also made sure to leave no fingerprints but yours, just in case the police suspected foul play. Judy! You... Oh, gosh. But Jude's! Why? Weren't we supposed to be on the same side? All fighting together to free Samson? We were, but I couldn't afford to get arrested. Not yet. Not until I find proven that Samson is innocent. I always plan to give myself up in the end, I swear. I know it's easy to say that now, but... Why do it this way, though? It's not like you. I'm sorry, Mr. Fender. I've caused you so much trouble. I've been the guilty party all along. Ever since that day 18 years ago. Are you trying to tell us that the true culprit in the IS-7 incident was you? I committed a terrible crime. I took those sculptures and I stole them for purely selfish reasons. And when Mr. Frost died, they became more than mere entries in a confectionery contest. They became the final works of Samson's favorite artist. I couldn't allow them to just melt away, not before he came home. And that meant I couldn't let anybody near them, not even the police. So I hid them. I knew it was wrong, but I just had to. I put them in the cold storage room for safekeeping. What I had actually done was far worse than anything I could have possibly imagined. Because who would have thought that Mr. Frost's body itself was posing as one of the sculptures? So she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures? Samson's this kind man, a saint. He could never kill anybody, never. And yet, because of what I did, the police never found Mr. Frost's body, and Samson was found guilty. Oh. After all he'd done for me, he was my family, the only family I've ever had. He was the most important person in the entire world to me. And Jude's. After his conviction, I was forced out of our home. I was finally able to return only a few days ago, and when I did, I went to the cold storage room to check up on the sculptures, and that's when I saw it. Mr. Frost's body had been there the whole time. Of course, by that point, the statute of limitations had expired. So I did what I did today, because it was the only way I could think of it to make things right. Seems I've misunderstood her intentions. Everything she's done really has all been for Mr. Tangaroa's sake. Hey, what do you think about Mr. Edgeworth? Something that's been puzzling me. Why did Miss Bound use poison gas? Why not a more reliable method? But why disguise the autumn wing as the winter wing? The only reason I can think of is to confuse someone who was here 18 years ago. Gusto. I wonder what she had in mind. If she was trying to prove that Mr. Tangaroa is innocent, Miss Bound's ultimate goal must be to... Could she have been trying to discover the identity of the true culprit? Miss Bound, your ultimate aim was to see Mr. Tangaroa cleared of all charges, correct? And to that end, you had to expose the real killer and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Is my understanding of your intentions correct? Exhibiting the sculptures was sure to force the killer to return to the crime scene. After all, they were the only person apart from you who knew that the body was hidden in the icework. So they would have freaked out thinking the body was about to be discovered and come running, yeah? Exactly. But Miss Bound ran the risk that the killer might successfully cover their tracks this time. In the worst case scenario, they might even have been able to remove Mr. Frost's body from the scene. So how could she lure the true killer into revealing themselves without putting vital evidence at risk? Oh, I see what you're getting at. You're saying that that's why the autumn wing was all winter wingy? I am. You were betting on one thing, Miss Bound, weren't you? That whoever opened the Pisces case you had carefully designed as disguised as a Gemini case would be the real perpetrator of the IS-7 incident. No. But that would mean the real killer was...
Overruled.
Enough, not another word. Do you realize the implications of what you are saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Are you prepared to stand behind the accusation you are clearly about to make? This bounce set a trap for Mr. Frost's killer, meaning that whoever found themselves caught up in that trap is highly likely to be the guilty party. And he left for Zhangfa for a while, so it was suspended. But I lack the evidence to support such an assertion. To accuse someone without any evidence is not to be done lightly, so should I really go ahead and make my accusation and name Mr. Frost's killer nonetheless? Of course we make the accusation. The heck? My ultimate goal is to see the truth exposed. And to do that, I need to seize the moment. Get him, Edgeworth!
Get him.
Yes, Judge Gavel, I am prepared to stand behind my accusation. I know exactly who is to blame for the IS-7 incident. Carmelo Gusto.
Take that.
You motherfucker. Nat, you motherfucker. Mr. Augusto, the victim of the poison gas attack, is the perpetrator behind the IS-7 incident? Gusty? Mr. Gusto. Miss Bound, as we have established, you knew that the opening of the gallery would lure in the real culprit. Do I still not know her age? What the fuck? You set up the poison gas trap in order to catch them. Do you dispute the facts thus far? You're a very impressive man, Mr. Edgeworth. Just like your father. And of course, you're absolutely right. Then perhaps you could tell us exactly what happened in your own words. Of course, I have nothing to hide anymore, so I might as well tell you everything. As you said, I set a trap here in the gallery to try and catch Mr. Frost's killer. Before we opened, I made sure that the door to the autumn wing was the only one that was unlocked. When opening time came, I went around to unlock the doors to the various rooms. I found that the autumn wing had been locked from the inside. The killer is on the other side of the door. I thought, well, it frightened me. And then she simply walked away, leaving him to fall victim to her poison gas trap. When I heard that Mr. Gusto was being treated for gas inhalation, that's when I knew he was the murderer. All that was left for the police to find Mr. Frost's body, and then Samson would finally be proven innocent. At least, that was my plan. Judes, why didn't you tell me? You know I'm always here for you, right? We could have found another way. It didn't have to be like this. Thank you, Mr. Fender. You've been so very kind to me all these years. Well, I'm the one who created this mess, so it was up to me to try and clean it up. I didn't care what it took as long as I could get Samson out of that awful place. Judy, Judy, Judy. 18 years ago, the police managed to cover up the fact that Mr. Frost's head body had gone missing. If I went to them now and said it reappeared, I was afraid they might have tried to cover things up again. So I worked to set off a very public incident here in the gallery in front of as many witnesses as possible. I'm so sorry, Judy. You, Samson, Gregory, I let you all down. Oh, Fender. It's not your fault, Fender. It's not your fault. Fender. This can't be easy for him. Poor guy, bruh. His first case, bruh. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Fender, I hope one day you can forgive me. But whatever punishment I have to face, I'm ready to accept it. But please, if I may ask one thing of you, it's that you simply must clear Samson's name. The way the truth of these past 18 years had come to light was unexpected to say the least. And yet, it only led us down a path towards an even more shocking end. What? How? Oh my god, to be continued. Alright, that's a perfect spot to end then. Blue balling everyone. Everybody's getting blue balled, even myself, bro. The committee's view. What does that mean? What does the committee's view mean? Well, I mean, they did try to hide it up. Because they were working with Von Karma, I think. Ooh. This last part's going to be so good. This last part's going to be so good, but yeah, that's probably a good place to end. Because I'm going to guess we definitely have like a couple more hours left. And it's already 8 o'clock, so. Bro, I forgot where you at right now. We just indicted, what's his face? Mr. Gusto as the killer. I think that's a good place to end, though. No, 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 no. All right. I missed too much. I mean, the VOD's always going to be there, so if you want to catch up, by all means, bro. The VOD will be there, and I'll be back here tomorrow. I will be back here tomorrow, and we will finish this case. All right. Crying along to the song. That song is so sad. Ah, this whole case is just so sad, bro. I feel so bad for Fender. I really do. I feel so bad for Fender. That motherfucker went through so much. Oh, man. But, alrighty, fellas. It was a good stream today. We made a lot of progress. This is a long case. But it's a very, very, very good case, bro. Very good. We got to play as Greg. That was probably one of my favorite parts. So I'm not gonna make any like predictions right now, but this might be one of my favorite cases in the entire series. But I'm not gonna say anything. I'm gonna wait till I finish the entire game. So I kind of feel like 5% bad for karma. That guy. I don't feel bad for him at all. I mean, unless something happens here afterwards. But as of right now, I don't feel bad for karma. Like I said, no spoilers. But I'll be back here tomorrow. We will finish this game. We will finish this case, and if we have enough time, we will start case number 4. We're getting close to the end of Ace Investigations 2. We're almost done. And then that's enough. That's all the Ace Attorney out of me for a while. And then Metaphor comes out. Metaphor comes out in like 10 days. So that's the next big one. Metaphor is going to be trying to be my big push. That's for sure. So, but yeah. But we will pick this up tomorrow. I appreciate y'all for hanging out, man. I love y'all. If you are new here, though, and you did enjoy, make sure to drop a follow over YouTube. Be sure to like, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff. I'm almost at 500 subs. So if you haven't subbed to my YouTube, by all means, please. It'd be very much appreciated. I'm almost at 500 subs. So I wouldn't think I'd get there. But anything else? I'll be back here tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, where we will continue Case 3, and then whatever time we have left, we will start Case 4. So that is the plan. I'll be back tomorrow, same time as always. Before you, the official one I'm still doing, that I won't finish it until maybe like Friday or Thursday, because I don't stream Mondays and Fridays, so I won't be here Monday, won't be here Friday. If Case 4 is long, I probably won't finish it till the weekend. So I found you via the short of K kicking Miles in the balls. I'm glad you found me, homie. I appreciate it. I'm glad the YouTube algorithm is actually doing something. It really does make me happy. I've been trying to build a YouTube community for a while now, so I'm glad Ace Attorney's kind of slowly but surely kicking that in. So I wish I did it before, like when I was playing like the first couple of games. But yeah. So yeah, I appreciate you for hanging out, Ender. I really do appreciate it, man. It means a lot to me. But I've seen the YouTube VODs have been getting actually a lot more views as of late. So that also makes me very happy, because I do want to try and really up the multi-streaming. So, but yeah, I really do appreciate it, fellas. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys for hanging out. And yeah, appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Peace out, fellas.